Only a Heartbeat Away, Pride and Prejudice novella, written by P.O. Dixon, narrated by Pearl Hewitt. Chapter 1. The Morning After. Hertfordshire, September 1812. The Bennet family sat around the breakfast table the morning after the Meryton assembly. All the ladies who had been in attendance were filled with exuberance as they extolled the events of the evening before. Elizabeth, the second eldest of 5 daughters, had suffered a sprained ankle the morning of the assembly and had been unable to accompany her sisters. Thus, she was resigned to a vicarious retelling of every single escapade, much to the delight of everyone, save her poor father. Public assemblies, private balls, they were pretty much the same to the females of Longbourn village. Both afforded such expectations of merriment, from the planning of which dress to wear to the speculation on who would be there. Then, of course, there was the high-spiritedness of the event itself. The anticipation of this particular assembly was intoxicating, for the entire town was excited over the prospect of meeting the newest neighbour, a Mr. Charles Bingley, who had recently let Netherfield Park. A single man in possession of a good fortune meant but one thing to all the mothers with unattached daughters. The gentleman was in desperate want of a wife. Mrs. Bennet barely contained her enthusiasm.
"Oh, Mr. Bennet, we had such a delightful evening. I wish you had been there, and you too, Lizzie. Jane was so admired. Nothing could be like it. Everybody said how well she looked. Mr. Bingley thought her quite beautiful, and he danced with her twice. Only think of that, my dear. He actually danced with her twice, and she was the only creature in the room that he asked a second time."
An exhaustive account of Mr. Bingley's dance partners ensued, sorely challenging Mr. Bennet's patience.
"If he had any compassion for me, he would not have danced half so much. For God's sake, say no more of his partners. Oh, that he had sprained his ankle in the first dance."
Remembering the reason for his favourite daughter's lack of enthusiasm in comparison with the others, he glanced at her.
"You will forgive me, my dear Lizzie. I would have been quite pleased to have you stand opposite the agreeable Mr. Bingley as well."
Feeling Jane's pleasure, Elizabeth could not resist smiling.
"Dearest Jane, I would have enjoyed seeing you so agreeably engaged with Mr. Bingley."
Her youngest sister Lydia said,
"Mr. Bingley dances with me too."
She snorted,
"He stared at me too."
Not to be outdone, Elizabeth's next youngest sister, Kitty, said,
"He danced with all of us, save Mary. I'm sure he would have danced with you too, Lizzie."
Mary, the middle child of a rather bookish constitution, adjusted her spectacles.
"I think dancing is much exaggerated. I heard myself referred to by Miss Bingley as the most accomplished girl in the neighbourhood. I am apt to consider false modesty less than virtuous. However, I do believe mine was the greatest compliment."
Mrs. Bennet smiled falsely at Mary before resuming her praise of the amiable Mr. Bingley.
"Oh, Mr. Bennet, I am quite delighted with him. He is so excessively handsome, and his sisters are charming women. I never in my life saw anything more elegant than their dresses. I dare say the lace on Mrs. Hurst's gown—"
Mr. Bennet interrupted her again, this time with fierce protests against any description of finery. Compelled to seek another branch of the subject, his wife related the shocking rudeness of one of the other esteemed guests, Mr. Bingley's friend, Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth's smile became a puzzled grimace.
"Excuse me, Mamma, did I correctly hear you say Mr. Bingley's friend is a Mr. Darcy? Would this be Mr. Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire?"
Her mother looked at her with thinly disguised dismay.
"Yes, but not a single one of us cares. The proud man walked here and there and fancied himself quite above his company. He is not someone you would have admired, Lizzie. There were many young ladies without dance partners, but it mattered not one bit to Mr. Darcy. You suffered no loss in not seeing him. I quite detest the man. even if he does have 10,000 a year and is purported to own half of Derbyshire. I can assure you he owns the miserable half."
Can this be the older brother of the dear, sweet young woman whom I have grown so fond of over these past months? Her recent trip to Derbyshire with her aunt and Uncle Gardiner from London was such a joyful excursion. They had visited many fine estates, including Pemberley. The grounds and the house were remarkable. Elizabeth had never seen a place for which nature had done more, or where natural beauty had been so little counteracted by an awkward taste. She recalled thinking at that moment that to be mistress of Pemberley might be something. Escaping her relatives for a few moments of quiet solitude amongst the majesty of the grand estate had been paramount. Walking along one of the splendid paths, she had espied an angelic young woman sitting alone and painting a picture of the open meadow. Fair-haired, with a fine complexion and bright eyes, her welcoming smile encouraged Elizabeth to approach her. Elizabeth admired the painting and complimented the excellent choice of colours and lighting. A week after Elizabeth returned to Hertfordshire, she received the painting by express. Elizabeth in turn sent Miss Darcy a small parcel containing one of her favourite books. Thus their mutual correspondence ensued, and a steady friendship was born. Though Elizabeth had not met the master of the estate during her visit, she recalled spending quite a bit of time admiring his likeness in the art gallery. What a handsome man he was! By the housekeeper's account, he is the best man in the world, a generous master of excellent disposition. Of course, she had said those who did not know him might think he was proud. Perhaps my mother merely misunderstood his character. Mrs. Bennet complained of Mr. Darcy's inattention to her daughters, how he would dance with no one other than the members of his own party, and how he had refused to converse with Mrs. Long, despite sitting close to her for half an hour. When her mother could speak no more on her distaste for the unpleasant man, she directed her attention to her daughter Kitty and prevailed upon her to pass the platter of meats. Jane placed her hand upon Elizabeth's.
"Oh, Lizzie, is it not a strange coincidence that your friend's brother should find himself in Hertfordshire of all places? Though I think it odd that Miss Darcy would not have mentioned his plans to visit in her frequent letters."
I cannot account for her omission, except to say she does not write often of her brother's comings and goings, especially since she does not reside with him, save her visits to Pemberley during the summer. Besides, his being a complete stranger to me, she may not even be aware that he and I are in proximity.
"Yes, I suppose that is it."
Mrs. Bennet quickly reclaimed her share of the conversation.
"Now that you mention it, Lizzie, I do recall hearing you speak of young Miss Darcy a time or two."
The older woman, who had known what it was like to be much admired for her beauty, if not her wit, shrugged.
"Not that it will do any good in knowing the sister, for I fear the brother is much too enamoured of himself to give notice to you. How he can be the kind and amiable Mr. Bingley's friend is a mystery to me."
Mrs. Bennet raised her porcelain cup to her lips and then set it down after taking a sip.
"I shall be delighted to entertain Mr. Bingley for dinner, but not his friend. He is the last man in the world I should wish to see ever again."
Later, when Jane and Elizabeth were alone, the former, who had been cautious in her praise of Mr. Bingley before, expressed to her sister how much she admired him.
"Mr. Bingley is everything a young gentleman ought to be. He is sensible, lively, and good-humoured. I never saw such happy manners."
Elizabeth was inclined to agree with her sister's good opinion of Mr. Bingley, having discerned for herself how handsome he was when she and her sisters had the advantage of seeing him from an upper window a week or so before, when he returned their father's earlier visit to Netherfield. He had worn a blue coat and rode a black horse. The manner of his style of dress and his walk told her all she needed to know about his amiability. The brightness in Jane's eyes brought a smile to Elizabeth's face, for Jane did not often show her true feelings to anyone. Jane is smitten. Elizabeth said, "we must not neglect to add that he is rich, and dare I say, he is handsome."
Oh, Lizzie, you know neither of those things is of consequence to me. I must admit that I was flattered by his asking me to dance a second time.
I say it is a most befitting compliment. He would have been a fool not to have paid especially close attention to you, dearest Jane. The two sisters joined hands. Just think, should the two of you come to a mutual understanding, then you will no longer be obliged to accept the beau whom our excellent father has chosen.
Yes, but my good fortune would possibly come at the expense of your own future happiness. You will recall Papa saying that should either of us meet and fall in love and marry, then the one who remains unattached shall be the lucky bride of Mr. Casement.
Elizabeth shuddered. Regardless of her parents' expectations, she concluded long ago that if she were to marry, the gentleman would be one of her own choosing. If she should find herself choosing Mr. Casement, then it would be so much the better for everyone.
You need not remind me of Papa's favourite wish that one of us should marry the eldest son of his closest friend from university. But the terms of their mutual accord are so vague, they might easily be comprehended as more of a strong suggestion rather than a strict edict. Papa has allowed enough latitude that we might both meet and choose our own husbands.
I believe I shall have some time, even after you and your Mr. Bingley are attached.
He is not my Mr. Bingley, at least not yet.
A restless night, filled with dread over what her sister likely suffered away from home and in the company of complete strangers, gave way to an anxious morning. Elizabeth received a letter from Jane imparting information of her poor health. Jane implored her to come to Netherfield.
Coming face to face with Mr. Darcy under such circumstances as this cannot be a good thing. Meeting the Bingley sisters for the first time is hardly a compelling inducement either.
Elizabeth sighed.
Oh, I have no choice. My sister needs me.
It had all been her mother's doing. When the invitation for Jane to dine at Netherfield with Caroline Bingley and Louisa Hurst arrived the day before, Mrs. Bennet had insisted Jane travel by horseback. Jane's preference had been to take the carriage, but her mother proclaimed the horses could not be spared. Her father reluctantly agreed. Mrs. Bennet had eagerly sent her eldest daughter on her way with many cheerful prognostics of a rainy day. Not long after Jane left the house, her mother's prayers were answered. Rain poured from the sky in droves. Jane's dire predicament demanded she spend the night. Once again, Elizabeth perused Jane's missive, explaining her ill health. She attributed it to her having arrived at Netherfield soaking wet the day before. She drew a long breath.
Oh, that my poor sister should find herself at the mercy of strangers.
Her friend, Charlotte Lucas, had given her a very unflattering assessment of the Bingley sisters. Elizabeth had missed them when they called on Longbourn. By Charlotte's account, she had not missed much, for the ladies had called on Lucas Lodge as well. Her friend supposed they were intelligent enough to have made themselves quite agreeable had they chosen to. Their countenance was handsome, their clothing elegant, and by their air they were educated in the finest seminaries. Although Jane had described them as very pleasing women with excellent conversation, Elizabeth supposed it was simply Jane's way. The whole world was good and agreeable in her eldest sister's eyes. Charlotte, however, was clever and a fine studier of people. In fairness to the two women whom she had never met, Elizabeth supposed at the very least their invitation for Jane to dine with them was confirmation of their good opinion of Jane. But what must they now think? Arriving on horseback on a day that promised rain defied sound judgment.
I pray they have not attributed such lack of sensibility to dear Jane, the sweetest, most unassuming person in the world. Impropriety of any kind is not in my sister's nature.
Elizabeth gathered her things and headed for the door. Mrs. Bennet impeded her departure.
Where do you suppose you are headed, Miss Lizzie?
I am going to Netherfield to see Jane.
You will do no such thing, young lady. I will not have you arriving at Netherfield uninvited and making a spectacle of yourself, thereby hindering Jane's prospects when everything is working according to plan. I reckon Mr. Bingley is half in love with her already.
I am sorry, Mamma, but I cannot be a party to your scheme. I must see Jane. She complains of a fever and a headache. She needs me.
Nonsense! People do not die of trifling colds. Jane's health will return soon enough. Pray she returns to Longbourn engaged to be married.
Passing through the hall on his way to the quiet sanctuary of his library, Mr. Bennet slowed his pace.
I am inclined to agree with your mother, Lizzie. Were Jane in any real danger, then Mr. Bingley surely would have sent word. It shall prove far better for your sister's prospects to allow your mother's scheme to unfold.
Papa!
There you see, your father agrees with me. You will turn around and head back upstairs.
Elizabeth pretended not to hear her mother's ardent protests as she headed out the door and down the steps. I understand Mamma and Papa's desire to see their eldest daughter well settled, but surely this is not the way to go about it. Chapter 2. Constant Company. Elizabeth enjoyed few things more than a long solitary ramble through the countryside. At first, the fresh open air quickly extinguished any concerns of how her arrival might be perceived by the Netherfield party, but not for long. In under a mile away, Elizabeth looked down at her hem, 6 inches deep in mud. Her untidy attire was hardly a fitting recommendation to the new neighbours. Is appearing before strangers in such an unsightly state any less of a spectacle than arriving on horseback in the pouring rain? Oh, there is nothing to be done now. With any luck, I shall arrive with little fanfare. I shall proceed to see Jane without making Mr. Darcy's acquaintance in such a shabby state as this. Undeterred, Elizabeth continued on her way, crossing field after field at a quick pace, jumping over stiles and springing over puddles with impatient activity, and finding herself at last within view of the house. Once Elizabeth was shown into the breakfast parlour, the gentleman whom she recognised as Mr. Bingley greeted her with kindness and good humour.
"Miss Elizabeth," said he, "this is indeed a pleasant surprise to make your acquaintance after all this time in Hertfordshire. I have heard so many pleasant accounts in your favour."
He stole a glance at the others before looking back at Elizabeth.
"Allow me to introduce you to everyone."
First, he introduced his eldest sister, Mrs. Louisa Hurst, and her husband, Mr. Hurst. The former addressed Elizabeth with an affected smile. The latter barely looked up from his heaping plate of eggs and bacon. He then introduced his sister, Miss Caroline Bingley. "I concur with my brother," she said, her voice dripping with honey, but her eyes gleaming with contempt. "It is such a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "The pleasure is all mine, I am sure." Elizabeth gazed about the room. Bingley said,
"Pardon me, Miss Elizabeth, are you looking for someone? Your sister, Miss Bennet, is resting upstairs."
Of course her first concern was her sister's well-being. It was, after all, the sole purpose in her even being there. She had not expected to see Jane sitting at the breakfast table. However, she had expected someone else. Mr. Darcy. Where is he? Bingley cleared his throat.
"Miss Elizabeth?"
"Pardon me, Mr. Bingley. How is my sister?" Miss Bingley said, "I am afraid Miss Bennet slept poorly. She is very feverish and not well enough to leave her room." She stood from the table. "I shall show you to her." Elizabeth was glad to be taken to her sister immediately. Seeing Jane settled and well attended was a source of considerable calm for Elizabeth, causing her to suspect the Bingley sisters were not half as bad as Charlotte had said. Elizabeth was also glad for having missed seeing Mr. Darcy. She reckoned he was an early riser, just as she was. Perhaps he was enjoying an invigorating morning ride before breakfast. "It is just as well," for I am hardly attired to make Mr. Darcy's acquaintance just now." Elizabeth huffed. On the other hand, if he is half as proud as my mother proclaims, I might make a horrible impression even if I wore my finest gown." Although Elizabeth was hesitant to impinge upon the Bingleys' hospitality beyond 3 o'clock, Jane's anguish over her leave-taking, combined with Miss Bingley's reluctant insistence for her to remain at Netherfield, compelled Elizabeth to stay. A servant was dispatched to Longbourn to bring back a fresh supply of clothes. Elizabeth inspected the gown that had been sent over. Her mother obviously had a hand in picking her things. The cut of the décolletage displayed that aspect of Elizabeth's person no red-blooded man would fail to appreciate. Rarely had she given much attention to such matters before. After quickly dressing, Elizabeth looked in the mirror and gave the gown a futile tug. She arched her brow. Deciding there was nothing to be done, she made her way downstairs. Elizabeth entered the room where the Netherfield party was gathered in time to hear Caroline's commiseration.
"It is such a shame that Mr. Darcy was called away."
Elizabeth tried to hide her dismay.
"You mean to say he is not here?"
She did not know whether to be exceedingly pleased that she would not be meeting him after all, especially under the given circumstances, or extremely disappointed that she would likely have no other opportunity to do so. She remained quiet. Mrs. Hurst nodded.
"Mr. Darcy's presence was the perfect addition to our country party. Whatever shall we do in his absence?" "I fear, unless we are able to persuade him to return, and in the absence of an invitation to Pemberley at Christmas, it will be months before we are all in company again."
Miss Bingley turned to her brother.
"Charles, you must write to Mr. Darcy to ascertain his plans. I should enjoy nothing more than to spend Christmas time at Pemberley."
The silence in the room encouraged her to continue.
"Indeed, it is most divine."
She looked at Elizabeth.
"Should you ever have an opportunity to visit Derbyshire, Miss Eliza, you must go to Pemberley and petition the housekeeper for a tour. I dare say you have never seen anything like it."
"Actually, Miss Bingley, I have visited Pemberley. I agree. The house is beautiful, and the grounds are the most spectacular I have ever seen." Miss Bingley's mouth fell open.
"Of course, having a tour of Pemberley hardly compares with residing there as a guest. I do not mind boasting of what intimate friends the Darcys and I have become. How I long to see Miss Darcy again. I never met with anybody who delighted me so much. Such a countenance, such manners, and so extremely accomplished. Her performance on the pianoforte is exquisite."
Elizabeth had never heard Georgiana play, what with their limited time together in Derbyshire, but from her friend's many accounts of spending long hours practising, Elizabeth suffered no doubt over the veracity of Miss Bingley's proclamations.
"I confess not to have met all the Darcys, however—" "Surely you do not claim an acquaintance with Mr. Darcy himself? Why, he said nothing of having Hertfordshire acquaintances. Surely were that the case, he would have said something."
"No, I have never met Mr. Darcy." Staring at his likeness in his own home, still more, dreaming of what it must be like to meet him some day does not count.
"I can, however, boast of a connection with Miss Darcy. She and I regularly correspond." "You and Miss Darcy correspond regularly? I scarcely believe it."
"It is not my intention to persuade you one way or the other. However, I would have no reason to lie." The ensuing conversation did not bode well for the future of Elizabeth and Miss Bingley's friendship, and just when Elizabeth had begun to suspect she had been too harsh in her initial assessments of the Bingley sisters. Why they would appear jealous of her connection with the Darcys, such that it was, disconcerted her. How happy Elizabeth was when dinner was over, and she returned directly to Jane. There, Elizabeth passed most of the night attending her sister. Settled in her own room hours later, one thing was perfectly clear to Elizabeth. The chief part of her evening in Miss Bingley's company had taught her the young lady had designs on the elusive Mr. Darcy. By all accounts, and even her own eyes, he was handsome. He was also rich. Given the professed intimacy of their acquaintance, why would Miss Bingley not be fascinated with the gentleman? She is every bit as pretentious as he is purported to be. The question in Elizabeth's mind was how he regarded Miss Bingley. Did he return her affection? Had she passed the bulk of the evening in the presence of the future mistress of Pemberley, a place she longed to see once more? Elizabeth squeezed her eyes tight. Sleep was determined not to come easily. She sat up in the canopied bed and fluffed her pillow. What does it matter to me how Mr. Darcy feels? I have never even met him. Soon after breakfast the following morning, the Netherfield party was surrounded by an army of Bennet women. Having found her daughter Jane in no true danger, and receiving repeated assurances from the Bingleys that all that could be done on Jane's behalf would be done, Mrs. Bennet was at liberty to admire the size of the rooms and the fine furnishings. She remarked on what good taste was evident throughout the hall, leading to the drawing-room. She was even curious enough to inquire on the well-being of the rest of the Netherfield party.
"Where is your friend, Mr. Darcy? I half expected to see him this morning."
"I am afraid Darcy has returned to town, Mrs. Bennet." Mrs. Bennet's face attested to her delight.
"Indeed? I pray all is well with his family?"
"Indeed. His reasons for returning to town are of a personal nature. I assure you his family is quite well."
"Well, I do not mind telling you that your friend's absence from the neighbourhood will be met with great pleasure."
Bingley's mouth flew wide open. He coloured.
"Mamma!"
cried Elizabeth. As shocked as she was, Elizabeth was glad for Mr. Darcy's absence as well. She had no doubt that were he present, her mother would have found another manner of insulting him.
"You need not be offended, sir. Everyone who has made your acquaintance is pleased to have you remain here in Hertfordshire. Perhaps choose a bride from many of the eligible young ladies, and make her the mistress of Netherfield. My Jane has always been envied for her great beauty. Lady Lucas herself has often said so, although I cannot say the same for her eldest daughter, Charlotte." "Mamma! Why, Lizzie, even Charlotte will allow for her plainness."
Returning her attention to Mr. Bingley, she said,
"I do not like to boast of my own child, but to be sure one does not often see anybody better looking than my Jane. It is what everybody says. I do not trust my own partiality. When she was only 15, there was a man at my brother Gardiner's in town so much in love with her that my sister-in-law was sure he would make her an offer before we came away. However, he did not. Perhaps he thought her too young, though I must say he wrote some very pretty verses for her."
Miss Bingley pursed her lips. "My brother is of an age where his acquaintances are always increasing. He is unlikely to settle for the country for very long. Here one tends to move in a rather confined and unvarying society." Elizabeth never supposed she wished to hear Miss Caroline Bingley, of all people, give voice to the conversation. Still, she was thankful for the reprieve. Mrs. Bennet would not be dissuaded. Offended by the elegant lady's manner of mentioning a country neighbourhood, she said,
"I assure you that goings-on in the country are as varied as in town."
She huffed.
"I cannot see that London has any great advantage over the country for my part, except the shops and public places. But allow your brother to speak for himself. The country is a vast deal pleasanter, is it not, Mr. Bingley?"
"When I am in the country, I never wish to leave it, and when I am in town it is pretty much the same. They have each their advantages, and I can be equally happy in either."
"Aye, that is because you have the right disposition."
"Shall I call for more tea and cake?" said Mrs. Hurst upon espying the empty tray. She had directed her inquiry to Elizabeth's youngest sister, Lydia. If she had been paying attention, she would have been better served by directing the question to her husband. Having enjoyed his fill of small sandwiches arranged on the sideboard, he stole a seat beside the two youngest Bennet daughters and partook of the delectable morsels on the table before them. Miss Bingley silently admonished her sister for extending a courtesy that must surely impede the guest's quick departure. All this Elizabeth observed, yet she could not take offence, for she too was eager to see her mother and sisters take their leave. It always pains me to see my loved ones being mocked or ridiculed, regardless of the impropriety of their behaviour. Thus, when Kitty quietly asked her sister if she might request a tour, a simple act that someone of Miss Bingley's temperament would consider more of a burden than an honour, Elizabeth hushed her. Talk of the weather soon took precedence, and before long Mrs. Bennet began repeating her thanks to Mr. Bingley for his kindness to Jane. She apologised again for troubling him with Lizzie, and soon afterwards ordered her carriage. Elizabeth's eagerness to return to Jane's side lessened when her youngest sister begged Mr. Bingley to give a ball. Bingley did not seem of a mind to refuse the request, in spite of the poorly disguised disgust in his sisters' voices, subtly questioning Lydia's audacity. Elizabeth read in Bingley's voice, as well as his countenance, the reason for his ready acquiescence. Within minutes it was decided that once Jane was fully recovered, the date would be set, the invitations sent, and a ball, the likes of which Hertfordshire had never seen, would be held. Somehow this did not sit well with Elizabeth. What good could come from such easy manipulation of the scheme? On the other hand, what if Mr. Bingley prevails upon his friend Mr. Darcy to return? Chapter 3. A Surfeit of Suitors. Mr. Bennet was a mixture of wittiness and caprice. He enjoyed few things other than losing himself in a good book in the solace of his library. When he was not doing that, laughing at the ridiculousness of others, including his own family, suited him. On this day, he could hardly wait to impart the intelligence of the impending arrival of Mr. Collins, an estranged cousin, and the beneficiary of the Longbourn estate's entail. Mr. Collins's purposes were everything that might be deemed as good. The gentleman intended to extend an olive branch to the Bennets. It was his way of apologising for the unease that kept his own father, now deceased, and Mr. Bennet apart for so many years. He planned to apologise for the circumstances of his birth, and make amends to the lady of the manor by offering his hand in marriage to one of the Bennet daughters. Oh, what a happy day! With Jane as good as married to Mr. Bingley, Mrs. Bennet was perfectly satisfied that Mr. Collins should have his choice of any of her remaining daughters, even Lizzie, should he wish it. Mrs. Bennet knew her husband had arranged for the marriage of either of his two eldest daughters to a Mr. Casement of Lincolnshire, but she also knew his stipulation that they would first be allowed time to find husbands of their own choosing. Mr. Casement, with his meagre estate miles and miles far away in Lincolnshire, was nothing in comparison to Mr. Bingley, with his £5,000 a year, and his estate just 3 short miles away. Nor was Mr. Casement anything of consequence in comparison to the heir of Longbourn in Mrs. Bennet's estimation. Upon his punctual arrival, the peacemaking gentleman was received with all the cordiality that was due a man armed with such honourable intentions. Whereas Mr. Bennet had little to say to the guest who observed his surrounding with a proud air of ownership, Mrs. Bennet was quite agreeable. Here was a man who meant to make her life a bit easier. What could be the harm in that? By the end of dinner, Mr. Collins's character was decided. Only Mrs. Bennet and Mary could endure the man with admiration. The former for the obvious reason, his being a future son-in-law, and the latter for his well-expressed benevolence towards the family as a whole. To everyone else, he was deemed self-important, overbearing, and quite ridiculous. As the days went by, Mr. Collins grew even more tiresome. He was determined to make himself exceedingly agreeable to everyone, and scarcely did the girls have time when he did not insist upon attending one or all of them in one way or another. Settling upon which one of them he wished to admire most seemed a momentous task. On that particular day, Elizabeth escaped the absurdity of it all with the excuse of reading a letter from her friend Georgiana. Elizabeth walked to her favourite bench and opened her letter.
"Dearest Elizabeth," the letter began, "I am delighted to be in company with my brother since his arrival in town after visiting with his friend Mr. Charles Bingley. You will by now have met Mr. Bingley's sisters, and thus are fully cognizant of my reason for having never mentioned them before. Please do not think I was remiss in not having mentioned my brother's being in proximity to you whilst in Hertfordshire. By the time I learned of his plans, he had already come and gone. I am sorry he did not have an opportunity to meet you. When he spoke of having been there, I immediately asked if he had made your acquaintance. Of course he had not, but he did speak of meeting other members of your family, including your dearest sister, Miss Bennet. He spoke of her having taken ill at Netherfield on the day before he took his leave. I pray your sister has returned to full health. I can hardly wait to make her acquaintance."
Elizabeth frowned. Was her friend merely being polite when expressing her brother's opinion of the people of Hertfordshire? If he were half as uncharitable in his praise of them as they had been of him, then there was little possibility of masking his disdain. On the other hand, Georgiana was at least 9 years his junior. Perhaps there were some things an older brother did not share with his younger sister. Add to that, he was her guardian. With the death of her father, Georgiana often likened her brother to more of a parent whenever she made mention of him in her letters. Elizabeth set her missive aside and headed out for a walk to Oakham Mount, her favourite place, accompanied solely by her musings. On her way out the door, she espied Mr. Collins busily engaged in a game of backgammon with her father. Seeing the two of them together recalled her to her father's plans. The odds of her escaping his prearranged marital scheme were growing against her. With Jane just as likely to marry Mr. Bingley as not, and Elizabeth with nary a prospect in sight, there was the possibility the latter might be expected to marry that ridiculous man, Mr. Collins, or that complete stranger, Mr. Caseman. Elizabeth took heart. With the militia's arrival in town, perhaps she might meet someone of her own choosing still. She cast a parting glance over her shoulder as she reached for the doorknob. One can always hope. The day before, the young ladies of Longbourn, with their cousin in tow, had the good fortune of meeting the handsomest, most amiable officer ever to grace the town of Meryton. At least, that is how Elizabeth's younger sister Lydia described the gentleman. Elizabeth was inclined to agree. However, being an older sister, and thereby expected to set an example of proper decorum for the younger girls, she kept her opinion to herself. That did not lessen her enthusiasm when the coach conveyed Elizabeth, her sisters, and their cousin Mr. Collins to a dinner party at her aunt and Uncle Phillips's home in Meryton. When they entered the drawing-room, the girls had the pleasure of hearing that Mr. Wickham had accepted their uncle's invitation and was then in the house. There was nothing to do but take their seats and occupy themselves in a manner that made them oblivious of their cousin's attentions to their Aunt Phillips, while they waited for the gentleman who must certainly be on her younger sister's minds, and Elizabeth's as well. When at last he entered the room, Mr. Wickham was the happy man towards whom almost every female eye was turned, and Elizabeth was the happy woman by whom he finally seated himself. The agreeable manner in which he immediately fell into conversation, though it was only on the weather, made her feel the skill of such a speaker surely must render the commonest, dullest, most threadbare topic interesting. He spoke of many things. His new profession in the militia, his love of life, and his youthful days in Derbyshire. "Derbyshire is your home, sir? What a coincidence this is." I travelled to Derbyshire just last summer with my aunt and uncle from town. I visited many beautiful places, including Pemberley, where I made the acquaintance of Miss Georgiana Darcy. Crossing and then uncrossing his long legs, Mr. Wickham cleared his throat.
I suppose if you have met Miss Darcy, then you may have heard of me. No doubt she would have said something to you about me.
She often speaks of her brother in her missives, and occasionally she makes mention of her cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam. I am afraid she has never spoken of you, sir. Why would she? Have you a connection with her family?
Indeed, I have been associated with her family since my birth.
This information excited Elizabeth's curiosity. You will not be surprised to learn that Mr. Darcy was a guest at Netherfield Park, a neighbouring estate of Longbourn, a short while back.
Indeed, this is a surprise, but I must confess that it has been some time since Darcy and I last encountered each other. I know nothing of his comings and goings of late.
I beg your pardon, sir. You spoke of enjoying a connection with the family. I only suppose—
It is a long story, which I am certain you do not wish to know. Pray, how did you and Darcy get along whilst he was in Hertfordshire? With his residing at a neighbouring estate, I imagine the two of you had many opportunities to be in each other's company.
I never truly met the gentleman. His stay was of a short duration.
Then you have no opinion of him?
Nothing of which to form a true sketch of his character. I have heard varying accounts of him.
Wickham leaned closer and lowered his voice. You could not have met with a person more capable of giving you certain information on that head than myself. He and I were once considered very close.
Elizabeth could not help but look surprised.
It is just as well that Miss Darcy has never spoken of me. She is just like her brother, which causes me to marvel at your being acquaintances. She and her brother are descendants of nobility, their late mother's brother being the Earl of Matlock. I do not mind saying they are a very proud lot, who barely countenance those who are not their equals in consequence.
Elizabeth shifted in her seat. It was one thing to allow for foul sentiment spoken against Mr. Darcy, someone whom she had not met, but had made a poor name for himself amongst her friends and family. It was quite another to cast aspersions on her friend. Gossiping about one's own friend is something I dare never tolerate. Sir, I beg you to refrain from expressing such harsh sentiments about someone whom I consider a dear friend, even if our acquaintance is of short duration. You may very well have differences with Miss Darcy, but that can have nothing at all to do with me.
Respecting her wishes, the gentleman spoke no more on the subject of Georgiana Darcy. However, his sentiments towards her brother simply would not be repressed. Such had been the magnitude of Mr. Darcy's offences against him. The more he talked, the more she listened, even encouraged, for she considered that both Pemberley's housekeeper, Mrs. Reynolds, and Mr. Wickham had spoken words along a similar vein, the difference being the former's commendations were fashioned by loyalty, and the latter's recriminations were wrought by injustice. All in all, Mr. Wickham had given a pretty good account of things. In fact, his words carried more weight, as he and Mr. Darcy were reared together and were once considered friends.
Surely one's childhood friend is more privy to certain unflattering aspects of one's character than a household servant, whose very existence depends upon blind loyalty.
Before they parted for the evening, Mr. Wickham remained of a mind to discuss the gentleman from Derbyshire. I wonder whether Darcy is likely to return to the country in the foreseeable future.
Do you refer to the upcoming Netherfield ball, sir? I am aware all of the officers are invited. Will your plans to attend be affected by the possibility of his being in attendance?
I see no reason for my plans being adversely affected by Darcy's presence.
He took her hand in his and brushed a kiss across her knuckles.
You must save room on your dance card for me, or I shall be sorely disappointed. How it pleased Elizabeth to be so adored! She could think of nothing other than Mr. Wickham, and of what he had told her, all the way to Longbourn village. His tale of the injustices of Mr. Darcy told her a couple of things. Were the lieutenant a man in want of a wife, the chance she would be a viable choice was small. Unless she had read him completely wrong, a man of his habits of taste would likely require a wife with her own fortune. She might enjoy his smiles and his charming and amiable conversation, but she still had the task of finding and accepting her own husband before it was too late. I am growing increasingly concerned that my time is running out. Chapter 4. In Defiance of Everything. Elizabeth walked around much of the following days with her head full of the dashing Lieutenant Wickham. The weight of Mr. Darcy's injustices towards the gentleman burdened her as well. Had Mr. Darcy honoured his father's intentions for the gentleman, then Mr. Wickham might well be a vicar in the idyllic town of Kympton. Instead, he is consigned to life as a mere footman. How magnanimous he is in not exposing Mr. Darcy, when it was made clear that he has found in the people of Hertfordshire a willingness to be pleased by anything he might say in support of their own objections against the proud man. I have not added Mr. Wickham's name to my list just yet, but more and more I believe I should. It is not a crime to lack wealth and connections, and besides, neither of those attributes is on my list of requisites. How blessed she had been to meet a man who possessed such goodness, such charm and integrity. Above all, he was amiable. How he had flattered her ego by sitting with her for so very long, when it was obvious so many of the other women in attendance at the Phillipses' dinner party were eager for their share in conversation with him, and none more than her two younger sisters, who surely admired any gentleman in a red coat. I only wish all the officers in Colonel Forster's regime are as upstanding as Lieutenant George Wickham. Soon the evening of the Netherfield ball was nigh. The eagerly anticipated occasion proved a very happy one for everyone, it seemed. Everyone save Elizabeth. Mr. Wickham had failed to arrive at all. His asking me to save room on my dance card was as good as a promise that he would be here. Her pursuant disappointment had been assuaged by her certainty that matters of great import had waylaid the gentleman. Her cousin saw to it that she had her own share of concerns. Mr. Collins had announced his intentions to remain close by her side throughout the course of the evening, and he made good on his promise. There was but one saving grace as far as Elizabeth was concerned. Much to Miss Bingley's poorly disguised dismay, Mr. Darcy did not return from town to attend the ball. By every indication, Miss Bingley had been counting on his being there. Had he been in attendance, he would have seen the most hideous display of lack of decorum by her family. Mr. Collins's obsequiousness to everyone he thought was anyone. Mary's poor exhibition on the pianoforte, surrounded by a crowd of astonished listeners praying for their chance to outshine her. Her father's admonishment that she should give the other ladies a chance to exhibit, and the two younger girls' shameless flirtation with every redcoat in the room. All that she might have endured with ease. But it was her mother's boasting that soon there would be a wedding between her eldest daughter Jane and Mr. Bingley that embarrassed Elizabeth most, and displeased the Bingley sisters exceedingly. Elizabeth gathered her things and headed towards the door. Only a solitary stroll to Oakham Mount would soothe her weary nerves that morning. The warm sun was delightful against her face. The fresh autumn air was divine. Before long, the unwelcome sound of hurried footsteps disturbing the path she had chosen caught her attention. "Miss Elizabeth! Oh, Miss Elizabeth!" Loud panting accompanied the garish pleas. "It cannot be." She hastened her steps. "Miss Elizabeth!" She raised her hands to her face and covered her eyes. There was nothing else to do but stop and wait. Mr. Collins was completely out of breath by the time he reached her side. She surmised some sense of decorum prevented him from reaching out his arm and resting it upon her shoulder in an attempt to steady himself. "Miss Elizabeth, I am delighted to have time alone with you this morning, away from your family." "Pardon me, sir?" "Indeed, what I wish to say to you requires a private audience." This sounds very bad. Elizabeth's worst fears, born of the certainty that she was her cousin's choice for his wife owing to her mother's insistence that Jane was already spoken for, was about to be realized. "I am afraid, Mr. Collins, that you can have nothing to say to me that would require a private audience. Certainly nothing I would wish to entertain." "I am afraid you are mistaken, for what I am about to say must undoubtedly please you as well as your family. Indeed, I have your mother's blessing. It is her favourite wish. It is also the wish of my noble patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, that I should choose a wife, and I am happy to say that I have singled you out from amongst your sisters to be my bride." Elizabeth was glad she had foregone breakfast that morning. "Sir, I am obliged to thank you for the great honour you have bestowed, but I cannot accept an offer of marriage from you." There, she had declined his proposal, and she now wanted nothing more than to flee his presence. He had other ideas. "My dear cousin, I am aware it is the habit of young ladies to suspend a gentleman's pleasure before ultimately accepting his proposal. However, in such a case as yours, and the unlikelihood of your ever receiving a similar offer, I would advise you to dispense with said practice. The sooner we are engaged, the sooner we shall be married, thus resolving the situation of the entail in a manner agreeable to the Bennets as well as myself. Most important, my noble patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, will be pleased." "Sir, trust me when I say I do not accept you." "I beg you, cousin, do not be foolish. Whilst I confess to being slightly amused by your impertinence, I dare say it is but one of your qualities that will not recommend you to Lady Catherine. I am certain you will find her manners beyond anything I can describe. However, your wit and vivacity absolutely must remain tempered with the silence and respect which her rank will inevitably excite." "You, sir, are ridiculous. What cares have I of what Lady Catherine de Bourgh may or may not think of me?" "My dear cousin, I must put a swift end to this conversation. Your attitude is not merely insolent, but it begs serious reproach. As my wife, I may allow you certain liberties as regards your free-flowing wit in the privacy of my humble abode, but never as it pertains to Lady Catherine." Mr. Collins straightened his neck and tugged at his coat. "I have all but promised your excellent mother that I would offer you my hand in marriage. Mrs. Bennet assured me you would be agreeable. Must I speak with your father?" "Sir, there is no point in this discussion. It is just as well that your noble patroness might find my impertinence objectionable, for I will not have you." Collins reached for and grabbed Elizabeth's arm. She looked at the large hairy hand attached to her person. She glared at its owner. "Unhand me, sir!" Contrition marred his countenance as his hand fell slowly to his side. Elizabeth stormed off, determined not to look back for fear of giving him hope. She had to have known this moment would come, that she would find herself in the position of declining Mr. Collins, and in so doing disappoint her mother. Still, it vexed her exceedingly to be singled out as the object of her cousin's esteem, and even more to be painted as possibly objectionable by the likes of Lady Catherine de Bourgh. True, she had yet to meet the proud woman and form her own judgment, but Mr. Wickham's testimony of her character, combined with Mr. Collins's admonishing declaration, had been enough to seal her opinion. Elizabeth would much rather take her chances with the prospect her father had chosen. She could feel her temper rising.
Oh, that foolish, foolish man! Does he think so highly of himself to suppose I would be flattered by his proposal? Or does he think so little of me?
Elizabeth took longer than usual to return to the house. Reaching for the door handle, she braced herself. Whatever awaited her on the other side could not be good. Her mother stood there with her hands on her hips and her countenance grim.
What on earth have you done to Mr. Collins? He is inside the library as we speak. He has proclaimed that he has changed his mind, and he will not have you as his wife. What have you done?
What have I done?
Do not pretend you did not break his heart when all he ever meant to do was make amends to our family. He is with your father as we speak, withdrawing his proposal of marriage to you.
Mamma, you do not know me at all if you supposed I would entertain the notion of marrying Mr. Collins for even a second.
I know you very well, young woman. You are stubborn and selfish, and you do not care one fig about the future of Longbourn, of me, and your younger sisters. Well, I suppose you know what this means. As no other gentleman is likely to request your hand in marriage, you will be obliged to marry Mr. Casement when he calls upon Longbourn in the spring to honour his father's agreement with Mr. Bennet. Your father and I have discussed it, and he and I are of one mind on the subject. Now I can only pray it is not too late to induce a promise from Mr. Collins to ask for Mary's hand in marriage, for she is the next in line.
Mary chose that particular moment to enter the room. Either she did not hear what her mother had said, or she did not find the prospect the least bit objectionable. She said nothing and took a seat by the window. Mrs. Bennet narrowed her eyes at Elizabeth. She was about to say something when she heard Mr. Collins's voice in the hallway. She ran out to meet him.
Mr. Collins, might I have a private audience with you?
I am obliged to attend your every wish, madam. However, a prior obligation prevents me from doing so at this moment, for I am expected at Lucas Lodge for dinner. I shall make every effort to attend you upon my return. With that, he bestowed an awkward bow and bid Mrs. Bennet adieu. Charlotte visited Longbourn a day or so later and requested a moment alone with Elizabeth. Few words were exchanged between them until they came upon the small garden.
Such uncharacteristic behaviour from my dear friend does not bode well.
What can be the cause of her reticence? Her usual self-assuredness gone, Charlotte reached out and touched Elizabeth's hand.
Pray, Eliza, you will hear what I have to say, and not judge me too severely.
What is it you wish to tell me, Charlotte?
I am engaged to Mr. Collins.
Elizabeth drew a quick breath and then twisted her lips.
Mr. Collins?
I begged you not to judge me, Lizzie. Elizabeth endeavoured to view her friend's acceptance of Mr. Collins' proposal on the heels of his proposal to her as reasonable.
It is not you whom I judge, but Mr. Collins. The man is ridiculous as well as uncouth. You might well regard him as such, if that is your wish. I prefer to consider him in a more optimistic light than that. I see him as a decent, respectable man with a good living and a nice home. I will be well provided for.
Elizabeth looked at Charlotte as if she had spoken gibberish.
For heaven's sakes, Lizzie, I am 27 years old and already a burden to my family. This engagement is more than I dared ever to allow myself to hope for. Please try to be happy for me.
Happy? How can I be happy when you are giving up every chance of dignity for the sake of security? Elizabeth took a measured step back and gaped at her friend as if seeing her for the first time. Does she not comprehend what a life with the odious man entails? She will have to touch him. He would be forever touching her. Elizabeth shuddered. Lingering traces of Mr. Collins' steely hands on her arm festered on her skin. No one had ever handled her thusly. Suppose there is an ugly shade in his character. Do I dare mention it to Charlotte? Elizabeth persuaded herself to the contrary. He is ridiculous, but he is also a vicar, which must certainly render him decent and honourable. Hours later, Elizabeth sat in her eldest sister's room, still not accustomed to the idea of her intimate friend having accepted Mr. Collins's proposal.
Jane, it was but days ago that he made an offer of marriage to me. Pray, Lizzie, is that what has got you concerned? Have you any regrets for spurning Mr. Collins's proposal?
Her mouth opened wide.
Do not be ridiculous, Jane. It is not that at all. Then what is it? Charlotte is practical, is she not?
I always suspected Charlotte's opinion of matrimony was not the same as my own, but to sacrifice so much dignity and esteem for worldly advantage, how disgraceful! I should never imagine she will be happy with her choice. The two sisters continued in that fashion until Elizabeth retired to her room. Alone, she sat at her writing table and pondered her list. Lieutenant Wickham, Mr. Caseman. I failed to see why not. My prospects do not look very promising. Mr. Wickham freely admits he possesses no wealth to speak of. She chewed on her lower lip. That in itself is no reason to dismiss him. Then there is the second gentleman whom I have yet to meet. I suppose he might just be the one. The theretofore never-met gentleman, Mr. Justin Caseman, was a first son and the heir of a respectable fortune of nearly £3,000 a year. An alliance with the Bennets was truly for the convenience of the elder Mr. Caseman's long-standing friendship with Mr. Bennet, whose fortune was roughly equivalent, save the entail on his estate. A startling thought occurred to her. Am I obliged to add Mr. Collins's name, simply as a matter of record, even though I would never have considered him for the life of me? He had made her an offer. She held her breath and scribbled his name in very tiny letters. Still, it was too much. She immediately drew a heavy line through his name. Even that was not quite sufficient to rid her pristine list of the pursuant degradation. Elizabeth balled the list and tossed it in the fire. She took out a fresh sheet of paper to begin anew. 2 weeks had passed, and Mrs. Bennet's disappointment with her least-favoured daughter had not abated. Gone was the prospect that one of her daughters would be marrying the heir of Longbourn, and thus the certainty that she should always consider it her home. The arrival of spring, and hence Mr. Caseman, could not come fast enough for her. Until such time as he would arrive and take Elizabeth off her hands, Mrs. Bennet contented herself with the strong assurance that Mr. Bingley would soon request her Jane's hand in marriage. When she was not counting her blessing in that regard, she was cursing the misfortune of having an acquaintance such as Charlotte Lucas, whom she accused of being a traitor lying in wait for Mr. Collins when she knew full well that he was intended for one of the Bennet girls. Elizabeth had endured quite enough of her mother's chastisements and her ever-constant reminder of what the fruition of her father's scheme portended. The arrival of her aunt and Uncle Gardiner for Christmas did not come soon enough for Elizabeth. She made certain that not long thereafter she and her favourite aunt found a quiet area to talk.
Lizzie, your uncle and I would like little more than to have you come for a visit in town, especially if it will be the means of throwing you in the path of respectable young men. However, I must say I have met the Caseman family. They are decent and hard-working people. I have not met the young man for whom your father has plans, whom, even before his birth, it seems, has been predestined for one of the Bennet daughters. I do not object to the fact that my father has taken such extraordinary measures to see one of his daughters well settled, regardless of how archaic I find the notion of arranged marriages. Rather, I object to being told with whom I should fall in love.
I do not believe your father was concerned with love when he and his friend devised the scheme, but rather the security of any daughters he might sire. There are few choices for a gentleman's daughter, or any woman for that matter, marriage or spinsterhood.
True,
but one does not necessarily lead to happiness, the other to sorrow and loneliness.
True,
but one does lessen the burden on the woman's family considerably. Mrs. Gardiner reached for Elizabeth's hand. I know how my sister feels about your rejection of Mr. Collins's hand, but your father does not speak on the matter. What has he said to you?
Papa supports my decision. He also believes his cousin is ridiculous, and he has detected that in Mr. Collins's character, which might have placed me in grave danger of an unhappy alliance. On the other hand, he told me that he is exceedingly pleased with the prospect of Jane marrying Mr. Bingley, because he feels strongly that his Mr. Caseman's temperament is ideally suited to my own.
So your father has met this young man?
Papa's good opinion is a result of his frequent correspondence with the elder Mr. Caseman.
Pray, if he feels that strongly about the young man, why has he yet to invite him to Longbourn?
Mr. Caseman is abroad. He is expected to return to England in the spring, at which point the introductions will be made, unless, of course, Jane and I should happen to make matches before his arrival. Jane is well on her way, and I very well intend to make my own match. In fact, I am determined to do so. It is just that I have yet to meet anyone who is both credible and worthy of consideration.
Elizabeth's mind wandered to the dashing Lieutenant Wickham. As much as she admired him, her father would think she was downright silly to suppose he could provide a life for her.
Lizzie, I cannot tell you how pleased I am to hear you speak this way, for before I was growing quite concerned that you were entertaining notions of a possible alliance with Mr. Wickham. If his prospects were more than those of a lowly footman, I do not see why I should not. He is honest and amiable.
And handsome?
Yes, he is exceedingly handsome, yet neither of our prospects affords a mutual alliance. Between the two of us, at least one must be in possession of a fortune.
Perhaps not a fortune, but I am glad to see the wisdom in not wishing for more than what appears to be an amicable acquaintance with the gentleman.
Indeed. Once you discover the makings of Mr. Wickham's misfortunes, you will understand why I favour him.
Elizabeth went on to confide all Wickham had told her that night at the Phillipses' home, as well as other pertinent facts whenever they met subsequently. Mrs. Gardiner, a fashionable woman whose air did not speak of Cheapside, lent an impartial ear to her niece's recounting, until Elizabeth had exhausted the subject completely in Mr. Wickham's favour. The gentleman's story is certain to engender a great deal of charity, especially from someone who does not know Mr. Darcy's character.
Mr. Wickham's accusations, while admittedly unsubstantiated, ring true in light of all I have heard others say, save Mr. Darcy's housekeeper. I am inclined to give greater credence to his account. We were both there when Mr. Darcy's housekeeper expounded upon her master's many laudable traits. Surely you will admit she was outrageously effusive in her pronouncements.
I take it, then, that Mr. Darcy has not returned to Hertfordshire to visit his friend Mr. Bingley. You have yet to meet the gentleman.
I have not, and if I am to be honest, I would have to say that one of the things I look forward to is meeting Mr. Darcy, so I might sketch his character for myself.
Lizzie, I cannot promise you any such opportunities. We have the chance to attend the theatre and the occasional visit to Bond Street for shopping. But even in those instances, the likelihood of meeting someone of Mr. Darcy's standing is small.
Do you forget, Aunt, that I had the privilege of making Miss Darcy's acquaintance when we visited Pemberley? I shall call on her when I arrive in town.
Thus it was decided. Elizabeth would return to London with her aunt and uncle when they took their leave of Longbourn. Though she did not wish to leave Jane, for Mr. Bingley had yet to declare himself, Elizabeth knew this arrangement was for the best if she stood any chance at all of meeting anyone, other than the man whom her father had predestined as his future son-in-law. Elizabeth sought her eldest sister Jane to share her plan.
Jane, you must allow me to apologize in advance for abandoning you to fend for yourself against the Bingley sisters, but I am leaving you in Mr. Bingley's warm care. I am convinced it is only a matter of time before he requests your hand in marriage. Lizzie, I understand your reasoning in wanting time away from home. As for abandoning me to defend myself against Mr. Bingley's sisters, you must allow that they have always treated me with the utmost kindness. I have come to think of them as dear acquaintances. While I dare not be as presumptuous as you in supposing Mr. Bingley will ask me to marry him, I do believe that, were he to do so, I would enjoy nothing but great sisterly affection from my new friends.
Jane was too kind and good to think meanly of anyone, especially those who hid their animosity as well as the Bingley sisters. Their subtle outrage when Mrs. Bennet had announced to all who would hear that her daughter would soon be the mistress of Netherfield told Elizabeth all she needed to know about the prospect of her dearest sister living in harmony with those two. Elizabeth hoped once Jane and Mr. Bingley were married, the Hursts would be on their way, taking Miss Caroline Bingley along with them. Having received a letter from her friend Georgiana asking of her plans for the upcoming season, and even going so far as to encourage Elizabeth to spend time with her in London, Elizabeth considered she certainly would take her friend up on her offer. In light of her fears that word of her family's behaviour at the Netherfield ball had reached Mr. Darcy's hearing by now, Elizabeth did not know how he would countenance a friendship between her and his sister. She rather supposed it would not impede her attendance at an occasional social outing with Georgiana.
It will be a promising adventure for me, and with any luck, I might meet Mr. Darcy. Then I shall finally set about the long-anticipated task of sketching his character for myself.
Chapter 5. A Gentleman's Heir. The noise from the crowded ballroom and the throng of dancers wore on his nerves. Darcy pulled out his pocket-watch. His party was a half-hour late. Where in heavens are they? He would rather be any place else but where his current circumstances found him. Were it not for the fact that he would do almost anything in his power to bring a smile to his sister's face, he surely would not be there. Darcy broke his eyes away from the door long enough to scan the swarming ballroom. A London soirée such as this was meant for but one purpose as far as he was concerned, that being for young debutantes to land themselves wealthy husbands. He had not found himself at 27 and without a wife by chance. He had purposely avoided such places so he might not satisfy the desires of eager mammas to put their daughters before him like cattle headed for slaughter. I know better than anyone how important it is for a young woman to make a favourable match. My sister faces the daunting prospect as well. Knowing that and applying it to his own situation, however, was a different matter entirely. It hardly endeared him to the fact that he was considered prime husband material. Darcy shuddered. The last time he had found himself privy to such a spectacle had been in Hertfordshire months ago, when that woman, a Mrs. Bennet, had made no secret of her attempt to pawn one of her daughters off on his friend Bingley. What a travesty that had been! To say nothing of the fact that in spite of his ardent attempts to persuade his friend otherwise, Bingley was an eager participant in her scheme. Now his friend found himself in Hertfordshire paying court to her near-spinster eldest daughter, who, in Darcy's opinion, smiled too much. Darcy shook his head to clear away the thoughts of the Bennets' vulgarity, and to pity his friend. He might as well have pitied himself. Darcy's young sister, Georgiana, his junior by 9 years, had persuaded him to aid her in her quest to introduce her friend to society. This was not just any friend. This was a Miss Elizabeth Bennet, whom his sister had met the summer before when she and her tradesmen relatives had visited Pemberley. She was the daughter of that horrible Bennet woman from Hertfordshire, all unbeknownst to Darcy, who was only recently made aware of the connection. Now the young lady was in town for the season, staying with said relatives, who resided in Cheapside by Georgiana's account. Of all the places in London, why Cheapside? Georgiana, having come out the season before under his aunt Lady Matlock's guidance, had decided to introduce her friend, who, although nearly 21, had never had a season in town. Another spinster in the making, Darcy surmised. Apparently her mother has given up on securing a match for her in the limited environs of Meryton, and has packed her up and sent her off to town to land a husband. Darcy's summations were not without foundation. They were in keeping with an earlier conversation with his sister, the conversation that had been the means of his current predicament.
"Brother, you will be at the Thurstons' ball, will you not?"
I had not planned to be there.
"Oh, but you must. My friend Miss Elizabeth Bennet will be my guest."
Miss Elizabeth Bennet. It seemed his sister's favourite 3 words were Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Such was her enthusiasm when speaking of the young woman. What can that possibly have to do with me?
"Why, you know that I intend to have you dance with her."
Georgiana, I know no such thing. Pray, this is not one of you and Lady Ellen's matchmaking schemes. Do I need to remind you how badly your efforts turned out before?
"No, you do not need to remind me. Besides, my purposes have very little to do with you and everything to do with my friend."
You flatter me.
"I suspect there are those among our sphere who will look unkindly towards Miss Elizabeth's lack of fortune and want of connections. If my friend is seen dancing with you, then other gentlemen will surely take notice."
He regarded his young sister sceptically. Darcy had no use for anyone from Hertfordshire, much less the Bennets of Longbourn. What was his sister thinking? More specifically, what was his aunt thinking in sponsoring one of the Bennet daughters for the season? Darcy huffed. How dare they make him a party in their scheme to engender her amongst their sphere? I have never been of a mind to give consequence to young women whom other gentlemen are inclined to ignore.
"You know it is true. It is for that reason I kept my friendship with Miss Elizabeth a secret for as long as I did, for fear that you would not approve. Judging by your reaction when you learned of our connection, I would say I was wise to behave as I did, and now I believe that I am only being prudent in taking steps to waylay similar concerns amongst the tone."
His sister's point had been hard to argue. The knowledge that someone from that horrid Bennet family claimed an acquaintance with his sister did not please him at all. Refusing to be a party to the impending disaster of his young friend attaching himself to the Bennets, he had left Hertfordshire at the break of dawn the day after the eldest Bennet daughter arrived at Netherfield on horseback in the midst of a violent storm. What audacity! Whilst Bingley paid no mind to the impropriety, Darcy saw plainly what was afoot. Miss Bennet was nothing more than another young woman hell-bent on securing a rich husband, only she was more brazen and made little effort to mask her intentions. How his sister could have been so impressed with this Miss Elizabeth Bennet confounded him. Do I even know my sister? This difference in our ages and gender must surely be the cause for our wide breach in understanding and tastes. Since the near disaster in Ramsgate between his sister and his former friend, George Wickham, Darcy had given strong consideration to removing her from the establishment he had put her in after taking her from school. He entertained thoughts of bringing her to live with him. Perhaps now was the time. His way of life was not the most conducive to having a younger sister and her companion living in his London residence. Perhaps it was time that he gave serious consideration to changing his style of living as well. How long would it be? With Georgiana about to enter her second season, her dowry of £30,000 and his aunt's diligent tutelage on the arts and allurements of landing a husband, this might very well be his last chance to get to know the young lady she had become. Though shyness largely defined her character, she had made good strides, especially of late. His being there that evening, poised to do the last thing he would ever do when he could help it, was a sure indication of her new-found tenacity. Could this be the result of her new Hertfordshire acquaintance's influence? In fairness to the stranger who had insinuated herself into their midst, he had not even met her. Perhaps she is nothing like that family of hers. If she is anything at all like his friend Charles's angel, she may not be a burden to stand opposite on the dance floor for a set. Girlish laughter impeded upon Darcy's musings. Turning slightly, he noticed two white-clad young ladies who had escaped their chaperones standing just off to the right, exchanging surreptitious glances in his direction before whispering behind their raised fans. Another look at his watch confirmed that he had been standing about in the same attitude for too long. He ventured to a spot closer to the door. Darcy drummed his fingers against his legs. He was not pleased with his sister and his aunt, especially the former. The sooner his sister, his aunt, and his sister's friend arrived, the better. Then he might endure the obligatory dances, one with Georgiana and one with her friend, and then be on his way to any place other than a crowded ballroom. His exodus from the part of the room where he had been standing about could not have been better planned, for by the time he arrived near the ballroom entrance, he saw his aunt and sister enter the room and await their turn to be announced. He breathed an abbreviated sigh of relief to see only the two of them. No Miss Elizabeth Bennet, after all. Then a young woman appeared in the doorway and stood next to Georgiana. His heartbeat pounded. The couple trailing along closely behind him nearly bumped into him as he stood, frozen in place. She was nothing as he had pictured her. He had imagined a fair-haired creature with bright eyes and an angelic smile, much like a caricature of her older sister. Not this dark-haired beauty with a light, pleasing figure, and eyes even Poseidon would be tempted to drown himself in. Had I met her at the Meryton assembly, no doubt I would have been tempted to remain in Hertfordshire a bit longer. It would not do to let his aunt or his sister know how taken he was with Miss Elizabeth Bennet's beauty. Darcy donned a stoic mask and approached the ladies once they were announced and inside the ballroom. One obligatory dance and he would be away from that place, and away from the charming creature with the bewitching dark eyes, who was too far below his social sphere even to contemplate what too much time in her company would portend. The sooner they danced, the sooner he would leave. Georgiana greeted him with a broad smile.
"Brother, I am so pleased you are here. I was afraid you had come and gone, given our delay."
Darcy accepted his aunt's proffered hand and raised it to his lips. "I feared you ladies had decided to forego this soiree altogether in favour of more illustrious company." Lady Matlock hushed him with a brush of her fan.
"Do not be ridiculous, nephew. It does not do to arrive too early. You would know that were you to attend to such details. Come, meet Georgiana's friend from Hertfordshire."
She encouraged Elizabeth to her side.
"Miss Elizabeth Bennet, this is my nephew, Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy."
Darcy slightly bowed. Elizabeth curtsied.
"It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. I have heard so much about you."
Her ladyship said,
"Indeed, and not from my niece, I understand. Miss Elizabeth tells me that you two have mutual friends in Hertfordshire as well."
Darcy looked at his aunt, silently affirming her assertion. He returned his gaze to Elizabeth. "Pray there is room on your dance card for me."
"Indeed, sir. As I only arrived, my dance card is empty."
She surrendered her card to him. Accepting it, he made his selection and handed it back to her. Georgiana said,
"I do not imagine you will be in want of partners for very long."
Darcy accepted his sister's proffered card. "Nor will you, dearest. You look exceedingly lovely tonight." When the dancing recommenced, Darcy offered Elizabeth his arm and escorted her to the middle of the dance floor. The touch of her hand upon his arm, as gentle as it was, sent a surge of power straight to his chest. They were walking close enough for him to appreciate the hint of lavender she wore. Funny how he had always thought it was a calming fragrance, and yet his senses were in an uproar. She showed no inclination to relinquish her light grip on his arm, and he was in no hurry to take his spot opposite her. "Is this the reason my friend Bingley has not returned to town for the season? Do these Bennets have some magical potion to ensnare otherwise sensible men?" Surely they did not. Else their mother would not have to work so hard to find husbands for her daughters. He simply needed to get away from her. Taking his place opposite Elizabeth, he fought a losing battle in his desire not to stare at her. Darcy sensed the danger in thinking too much about the woman standing across from him, her eyes staring, her lips slightly parted and enticing. How long will his set last, anyway? Chapter 6. A Lady's Imagination. Elizabeth's adventurous spirit was heightened by the time of their arrival. While she looked forward to the gaiety a night at a London soirée afforded, the prospect of finally meeting Mr. Darcy held just as much intrigue. How one man could engender so much of derision and disdain, admiration and approbation in so many different people was increasingly puzzling, and Elizabeth thoroughly enjoyed a mystery. There he stood. His likeness at Pemberley hardly does the gentleman justice. Surely it was taken some years earlier, for Mr. Darcy was more handsome than she had supposed. Dressed in stark black and white, with broad shoulders and well-crafted arms and legs, and standing more than 6 feet, he was taller than most of the gentlemen there. In comparing the man who now stood before her to the image she carried around in her mind, he had matured into adulthood in a manner that could only be described as exceedingly agreeable. What she had not been able to appreciate from his likeness was the brilliance of his blue eyes. She reminded herself not to stare. Nor did his likeness serve justice to his dark brown hair. She could well imagine how soft it was. What a thrill of awareness she had felt when she accepted his proffered arm and he led her across the dance floor. Only after they had taken their places opposite each other did she relinquish his arm. How amazed she was at the honour he had bestowed in dancing with her, especially since he had danced with no one other than those from his own party at the Meryton assembly. Her friend, Charlotte, had expressly told her that she overheard him saying he hated to dance. Yet he had made a deliberate effort to single her out within moments of her arrival and requested a set. She expected him to dance the first set with his sister, the next set with his aunt, and then maybe he would get around to dancing with her, strictly out of obligation. In appearance, the gentleman was the embodiment of perfection. That was the problem. He was too perfect. Recalling herself to her mission to satisfy her curiosity about Mr. Darcy's character, Elizabeth finally noticed why her mother and sisters deemed the man a bit too haughty. He had not spoken a single word to her except to express his pleasure in engaging her for her first dance. Pursuant to Elizabeth's arrival in town, satisfying the social arrangements her aunt and uncle had made for her to get better acquainted with many of their friends was but one of the activities that filled her calendar. There was also shopping, in fact a prodigious amount of shopping. Once her Aunt Gardiner learned of young Georgiana Darcy's invitation for Elizabeth to be her guest at many of the upcoming balls, she saw fit to purchase several gowns, all the latest fashions, befitting grand soirees and private parties. Elizabeth had been exceedingly pleased to meet Georgiana's aunt, Lady Matlock, although she had yet to meet any of Georgiana's other relations. Until now. They stood for some time without speaking a word. Elizabeth began to imagine their silence was to last through the 2 dances. Why is he staring at me? Is that a grimace? Surely he completed his inspection and found me wanting. Elizabeth's busy mind now compelled her to question his motives. Is he dancing with me merely to appease his sister?
Were it the case that he was merely acting the part of the dutiful older brother and doing what he could to satisfy his sister, she would not fault him. But that did not mean she intended to allow his act of charity to go unchallenged. Suddenly fancying it would be a greater punishment to her taciturn partner to oblige him to talk, she made some slight observation on the dance. He replied, and was again silent. After a pause of some minutes, she addressed him a second time.
"It is your turn to say something, Mr. Darcy. I talked about the dance, and you ought to make some sort of remark on the size of the room, or the number of couples."
He smiled. "Please tell me what you desire to hear me say, and I shall accommodate your wish."
The perfect reply. Mr. Wickham had said the gentleman could be exceedingly pleasing when he chooses. Perfectly handsome in countenance, and added to that, he moves with such grace and dignity. Excellent dance partner is on my list of admirable traits. Might I ask how you found Hertfordshire, Mr. Darcy? Judging by your haste to return to London, one would imagine you found it quite objectionable. I am sorry not to have made your acquaintance during your stay. However, I met the Bingleys. Miss Bingley speaks quite affectionately of you.
If anything might engender him in some evidence of excitability, then surely it would be the mention of Miss Bingley. But Elizabeth read in his countenance nothing to give him away. Darcy spoke not a word, and they were parted by the steps. When they reunited, he said, "I trust you enjoyed your stay in Derbyshire. My sister said the two of you formed a steady correspondence after meeting at Pemberley."
Is he insinuating I deliberately went out of my way to make Georgiana's acquaintance?
She answered in the affirmative. Slightly irritated by his manner and unable to resist the temptation, Elizabeth said,
I have since made another acquaintance, other than yourself, of course, who hails from Derbyshire. Lieutenant George Wickham.
The effect was immediate. A deep shade of hauteur overspread his features. His voice resounding, almost intimidating, he said, "Wickham."
"Yes. Having learned of my visit to Pemberley, he was eager to tell me of his own experience having lived there."
He is quite amiable. It is a shame you saw fit to deny him the living that might have satisfied his every notion of happiness. Mr. Darcy uttered not a word, but his silence spoke volumes. Elizabeth supposed she had said enough. He is my dearest friend's brother. We need not be adversaries, simply because he and Mr. Wickham do not get along.
At length, Darcy spoke in a constrained manner. "Mr. Wickham is blessed with such happy manners as may ensure his making friends. From what I observed of the people of Meryton, there is no doubt they would find the likes of him most agreeable."
There it is again, that haughty air of condescension. Indeed, sir, unlike you, whom they all found quite deplorable. He has been so unlucky as to lose your friendship, and in a manner he is likely to suffer from all his life. You know nothing about me. Why would you say such a thing?
Satisfied with his discomposure, she said, "It was merely something that the gentleman conveyed about your relationship. Am I mistaken?" His countenance suggested he would rather speak on any subject but Mr. Wickham. "I see no occasion for a renewal of my acquaintance with the man. My good opinion once lost is lost forever." Elizabeth arched her brow. "With such strong convictions, I suppose you never allow yourself to be blinded by prejudice." "I hope not."
"I ask because it is particularly incumbent on those who never change their opinion to be secure of judging properly at first."
"May I ask to what these questions tend?"
"I merely seek to illustrate your character. I am trying to make it out." And what is your success?
She shook her head. I do not get on at all. I have heard such varying accounts of you as puzzle me exceedingly. Clearing his throat, he tore his eyes away from hers for an instant.
I think this is a conversation for another time.
But if I do not take your likeness now, I may never have another opportunity.
I would by no means suspend any pleasure of yours,
he coldly replied. She said no more, and they went down the other dance in silence.
What on earth is she about? If she meant to provoke me, then she surely succeeded in her quest. Why would she wish to garner my ire? Surely she has not been persuaded against me by Wickham's lies. There is no telling which of his tales of woe he has laid at her feet. How did Wickham find himself in Hertfordshire of all places? What do I care? Unless Bingley is foolish enough to attach himself to the eldest Bennet daughter, I likely will never set foot in those parts again.
When the dance was over, he escorted Elizabeth to where his aunt and sister stood. Georgiana said,
Brother, I see you take no pleasure in being here. I thereby give you permission to take your leave.
You are mistaken, dearest. I find there is no place else I would rather be than here with you and your guest. Moreover, you and I have yet to dance.
Indeed, Darcy's curiosity was stirred. Whether it was the young woman's teasing smile or her strange fascination with George Wickham, he did not know. He rather supposed it was the latter. The Ramsgate affair, despite having happened over a year ago, was too fresh in his mind to countenance a similar situation unfolding. The trust he had placed in his sister's former companion, Mrs. Young, was one of his greatest failings. Never would he allow such a mistake again.
Anyone who considers herself a friend of Wickham's is no friend of mine, and certainly is not to be trusted around my young sister. Whatever Miss Elizabeth is about, I intend to find out.
Chapter 7. Sketching Her Character. Darcy arrived at his sister's Mayfair establishment very early the next morning. He had in mind something other than a social call. He had barely taken his seat before embarking upon the purpose of his visit.
Georgiana, I know you and Miss Elizabeth Bennet have corresponded regularly since you first met at Pemberley, but what do you really know about her?
Whatever do you mean, brother?
Are you aware she is acquainted with George Wickham?
I am aware of it. She mentioned having met him in Meryton when he first arrived. I understand he has joined the militia.
Are you saying it does not disturb you, knowing someone whom you deem a dear friend considers the likes of George Wickham a trusted acquaintance?
Brother, George is your enemy. He is not mine.
After the way he treated you, how can you say such a thing?
With great ease, for I choose not to dwell upon that aspect of my past. I am equally to blame for the misunderstanding.
Does Miss Elizabeth know of your family's dealings with the scoundrel? Have you confided in her?
I have told her nothing of my shame, nor do I intend to. I simply conveyed to her there is a breach in our relationship and that I would rather not speak of it. Miss Elizabeth has honoured my wish, and we have had no further discussion of the gentleman. She need not know I was once foolish enough to consider myself in love with a much older man who did not return my affections.
A slight flush crept across her cheeks.
What benefit would be derived? This is a secret I wish no one to know, not even our aunt, Lady Ellen. I expect you to honour my wish.
Darcy squeezed Georgiana's hand. Your secret is safe. Indeed, Darcy had secrets of his own, for he had never shared with his young sister the true nature of what all had happened with Wickham. He could not bear to have her learn that Wickham had admitted his only purpose in wooing Georgiana was to obtain her dowry of £30,000, as well as spite Darcy in the process. What a blow to her esteem that would be.
Thank you, brother.
Georgiana tilted her head to the side and raised her eyebrows.
Pray, what do you think of Miss Elizabeth having met her at last? Is she not the kindest, most generous young lady you have ever met?
Darcy regarded his sister's glowing endorsement of her friend with silence. Georgiana gave him no notice and continued her soliloquy.
Oh, and I must thank you for your willing participation in my scheme. It worked just as I had planned. Did you not notice as one gentleman after another took his place in standing opposite her on the ballroom floor?
He had noticed. For whatever reason he had yet to explain, it bothered him exceedingly, especially since he dared not request Miss Elizabeth's hand for a second set. He had been so caught off guard by her mention of George Wickham and her declaration of wishing to sketch his own character that he had not used the fleeting moments between sets to his best advantage. "I would by no means suspend any pleasure of yours." He had not intended to challenge her in that way, but he had meant every word of it. Darcy reached over and retrieved the book his sister had been reading when he arrived. "When are you planning to see Miss Elizabeth Bennet again?"
She will be my guest at the Richardsons' ball. You do recall you promised to attend that one as well?
The Richardsons' ball is 3 days hence. I want to see her sooner than that. Perhaps you might call on her. I would be happy to accompany you." Georgiana bolted from her seat, raced to the window, and peered outside. After a moment, she turned to face her brother. "What has got into you? Are you expecting someone?"
No, brother, but you in Cheapside? I merely wanted to see if the sky was falling.
Darcy's mouth fell open. When had she learned to tease him in such fashion? Her attitude recalled him to Miss Elizabeth's teasing manner the evening before.
Georgiana said, "Forgive me, but you hardly spoke a single word to Miss Elizabeth last evening. I doubt that you have ever even ventured to Cheapside before. Why would you want to call on Miss Elizabeth?"
"Have you ventured to Cheapside before, young lady?" She bit her lower lip and dropped her eyes. She said nothing. "Do not fret, Georgiana. That is even more reason I wish to accompany you. I think I am well within my rights to know with whom you are spending your time, and where."
"Of course you are correct. When shall we plan to leave?"
"I say there is no better time than the present."
What an improbable turn of events! Mr. Darcy calling on me? When the guests were settled and the tea served, she said, "It is my pleasure you two have called on me. I certainly never expected such an honour. It will surely take a week for him to remove the stench of having come all the way to Cheapside. My aunt and uncle will be sorry to have missed you." After some time had passed, where Mr. Darcy had barely lent a word to advance the conversation, his purpose in being there that morning dawned on Elizabeth. He means to find fault. Then he will forbid his sister to have any further association with me. Elizabeth's courage always rose with any attempt to daunt her. Let Mr. Darcy sit there and brood and judge all he likes. Georgiana evidenced enough enthusiasm for both her and her brother.
"Elizabeth, as I have no sisters of my own, I am compelled to live vicariously through your many accounts of your own sisters. Pray, what news is there from Longbourn?"
Elizabeth enjoyed a most advantageous view of both her guests. Try as she might, she could not help but discern the grimace that graced Mr. Darcy's countenance.
"Georgiana, all my sisters are exceedingly well."
"And what news is there of your eldest sister, Miss Bennet, and Mr. Bingley?"
There it is again. Clearly Mr. Darcy is troubled by his sister's questions.
Elizabeth's question was why.
"I received a missive from Jane this morning. She speaks as fondly of Mr. Bingley as ever. I can only suppose they are getting along perfectly well."
"Oh, I do hope there will be a wedding."
Mr. Darcy's face turned a disturbing shade of pale as he tugged at his crisp white cravat.
For heaven's sake, breathe, Mr. Darcy.
Pardon me, Mr. Darcy, is your tea to your liking? He nodded his head and set his porcelain cup aside. Yes, thank you, Miss Elizabeth. Georgiana looked back and forth between Elizabeth and Darcy.
You never said, Elizabeth, how my brother was received in Hertfordshire.
Here is a chance to rattle Mr. Darcy even more than I did last evening. But do I dare? He was not at all impressed with my making mention of Mr. Wickham's name. You will recall I did not have the privilege of meeting Mr. Darcy in Hertfordshire. Elizabeth and Darcy's eyes met. He is far too serious. What this conversation needs is a bit of liveliness. However, from what I heard, I beg you to prepare yourself for something very dreadful, Georgiana. You see, your brother danced with no one at the assembly save those of his own party, and there were several young ladies sitting about with no partners. Wide-eyed, Georgiana turned to face him.
Brother!
He cleared his throat. Aside from Mr. Bingley's sisters, all those in attendance in want of dance partners were strangers. Your circumstances were no different from Mr. Bingley's, and yet he danced with many, cried Elizabeth. He suffered no difficulties at all, forming many new acquaintances.
If I may be allowed to speak frankly, Mr. Bingley is very amiable and flows readily into conversation with all whom he meets, whereas my brother often boasts of a hesitance to engage in conversation with people he does not know.
Elizabeth said, Or perhaps your brother does not consider it is worth his time to speak to those whom he deems unworthy. Darcy crumbled his brow. You seem rather fond of ascribing opinions to me as though they were my own, Miss Elizabeth. I can only imagine you enjoy doing so as a means of provoking me. He leaned forward. I am not afraid of you. Elizabeth pressed her hand to her chest. Heavens, Mr. Darcy! You have painted me in such an unflattering light in which I would want no one to regard me, and here I meant to pass myself off as one who is in equal parts perceptive and endearing. On the contrary, Miss Elizabeth, no one who has had the privilege of standing opposite you on the dance floor will find you lacking. Elizabeth, having rather expected to affront him, was amazed at his gallantry. Not wishing to be denied her share of the conversation, Georgiana said,
What a beautiful pianoforte!
It is a gift from my uncle to my aunt, and has only arrived mere days ago. I shall tell my aunt you approve. After having seen for herself the magnificent instrument at Pemberley, I am certain that she will surely appreciate the weight of your compliment. Barely able to contain her enthusiasm, Georgiana shifted impatiently in her seat. You are welcome to exhibit. Georgiana blew out a long breath before smiling.
As much as I would love to exhibit, I fear my brother may be growing restless.
Darcy cleared his throat. If Miss Elizabeth has no objection, then we might stay a bit longer. Georgiana walked quickly to the instrument and took a seat.
Will you join me, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth would do anything to escape Mr. Darcy's penetrating stare. It will be my pleasure. She stood, scurried over, and sat next to her friend. Georgiana could not help observing that Darcy had his eyes fixed upon her friend. In a voice only Elizabeth could hear, she said,
How goes your list? Would you say you met anyone worthy of consideration at last evening's ball?
Elizabeth hushed her friend.
Imagine what your brother would think if he knew my secret.
The younger woman raised her brow.
Perchance my brother shall find his way on the list.
She knew her brother well enough to know he did not regard women in the manner in which he regarded Elizabeth, as a habit. Before Elizabeth could respond one way or another, Darcy approached the instrument and recommended a lively duet. Georgiana and Elizabeth readily conceded. Georgiana saw and suspected enough to be intrigued, and her great affection for her friend Elizabeth and her ardent esteem for her brother kindled her desire in seeing the two of them in company more often. When the clock struck 2, the time had come for the Darcys to take their leave. While Georgiana had been rather effusive when speaking of their upcoming outing, Darcy was rather reserved. When at first he had arrived, Elizabeth's nearness overwhelmed him. He was finding it hard to breathe, hard to concentrate, hard to find the words. Having sat patiently through the young lady's chit-chat on the affairs of the evening before, including all the fashions and the like, Elizabeth's charm and her witty conversation put him at ease. She had likened some of the young ladies at the ball to Caroline Bingley on more than one occasion. No doubt Caroline used her time with Miss Elizabeth in Hertfordshire to plant seeds of a possible alliance between the two of us. It would not have been the first time. Miss Elizabeth meant to test me to ascertain the veracity of Caroline's claims. At least Miss Elizabeth saw fit not to mention George Wickham's name again. The more he thought about it on the carriage ride home, the more he considered that Elizabeth was flirting with him with her witty repartee and her teasing smile. Darcy had never been more bewitched by any woman as he was with her. Were it not for the inferiority of her connections, I might be in some danger. Chapter 8. Much Better Dance. Lord Davenport approached him at a table in the smoke-filled game-room. "Pray, Darcy, who is the fetching young creature who accompanies your sister this evening?" Fingering the rim of his glass, Darcy said, "Her name is Miss Elizabeth Bennet. She hails from Hertfordshire." "Hertfordshire, you say? That is quite an inconvenient distance from Derbyshire. Do you suppose your sister is playing matchmaker again?" Both Lord Davenport and Darcy knew all too well the folly of Georgiana's last matchmaking attempt. Upon meeting Lord Davenport's sister, Lady Mary, Georgiana had thought her brother and the young heiress would be a perfect pair, and thus she did everything to put her in Darcy's path. Unbeknownst to nearly everyone, Lady Mary's heart belonged to another, a gentleman of inferior birth who had supposed Darcy was a competitor for his fair lady's affections. The foolish man had gone as far as to call Darcy out. Only a full accounting of the scheme to the aggrieved gentleman, as well as to Darcy, who had no awareness whatsoever of why the fool perceived him a threat, as well as a solemn declaration of contrition from the false accuser, could settle the score. Darcy tightened his expression. She would not dare. "Hardly. Then you will not mind if I seek the young woman's hand for a set? I have it on good authority that Lady Richardson plans to throw caution to the wind and delight us all with a scandalous waltz for the 6th. Scandalous, indeed. Though popular on the continent, the dance was frowned upon in England. Darcy was not surprised by Davenport's pronouncement, for this was a Richardson ball. Her ladyship was no stranger to challenging convention. "Surely you do not suppose you need my permission to dance with a woman whose only connection to me is her acquaintance with my sister?" "Not ordinarily, but as we both know, things are not always as they seem." With that, Lord Davenport nodded and went on his way. Darcy left the game-room too. He deemed it necessary to rearrange things a bit. His first order of business was to speak with Lady Richardson. If Miss Elizabeth could be so easily persuaded by the likes of George Wickham, she stands no chance against Lord Davenport. Elizabeth found her friend lingering in a corner, ostensibly admiring a large floral arrangement.
"Georgiana, why are you standing here looking as though you wished to be anywhere else?" "Elizabeth, I am endeavouring to escape Lord Riley's attentions. I have but one spot open on my dance card, and he is the last person with whom I wish to stand opposite this evening."
"I dare say the gentleman is agreeable."
"He is too agreeable. Add to that, he is in desperate want of a wife. I have no intention of affording him the opportunity to single me out as the object for his affections. Ever. Even though this is my second season, I mean to enjoy it to its fullest with no thoughts of love and matrimony. In fact, I am not truly persuaded I shall ever marry.
You are blessed to enjoy such a luxury.
I suppose you are correct.
I realize you are young still, but have you ever met anyone who captured your fancy?
There was one time, one particular gentleman. It turned out he did not share my affections equally. I truly supposed I was in love. Finding myself suffering such unsettling emotions that come about with believing oneself in love is not an experience I am eager to repeat.
Sighing, her voice grew into a whisper.
I must confess, I sometimes do not trust myself to know whether gentlemen fancy me or my fortune and connections.
Elizabeth had heard it said that the first heartbreak is the most heartfelt. What has been the means of Georgiana's injury? Elizabeth would not press.
I am sorry. You need not be. No irreparable harm resulted from my foolishness. Though I shall not look for love, as long as it is not Lord Riley, who is to say love shall not find me?
As Elizabeth had never given her heart to anyone, she was hard-pressed for the right words to say to her friend. Her situation was nowhere near as advantageous as Georgiana's, and yet she had not married merely out of necessity, even though it might have been the most prudent course of action for a young woman whose prospects were as lacking as hers. Of course it would not always be that way. Papa has made that abundantly clear. When Mr. Darcy claimed Elizabeth's hand for a waltz, one question was uppermost in her befuddled mind. Why was he torturing himself this way? Did he not proclaim that he had little interest in dancing? What is more, why is he torturing me? Not only was he torturing her, but her body was torturing her as well. He had not spoken a single word to her all evening, other than to express his pleasure in seeing her again, and to request her hand for the set. Now her body ached to hear his voice. When he placed one hand on her waist and took her hand into his other, she lost her breath. She placed her hand on his shoulder and went weak in the knees as a bolt of heat radiated through her. His firm yet gentle grip on her waist whilst bracing her left her both disquieted as well as intrigued. Just to keep her torturous sensibilities at bay, she did not look into his deep blue eyes. What was it about this man which caused her every ill thought attributable to him to flee whenever they were within 5 inches of each other? Close enough that she might reach up and touch his face, or even his soft hair, should she wish it. Elizabeth prudently shook off her foolish musings. Mr. Darcy had but one purpose in attending her so diligently, to find fault in her and cause a chasm between his sister and her. The dance began, and within seconds they were waltzing around the room. What natural grace he possessed, a truth which pleased her exceedingly. His dexterity should not have come as a surprise at all, not when she considered his manner of comportment and ever-present air of dignity. Surely everything this man does, he does with grace. They spent the first half moving through the dance in silence. Elizabeth feared he intended to pass the entire dance in his usual taciturn manner. She loved to dance, and she especially loved the waltz. Never before did she have an opportunity to partner with a gentleman, for she and her eldest sister Jane had taken it upon themselves to master the infamous dance together. She meant to enjoy it, even if she did not enjoy her companion.
I love this dance.
Indeed. She hazarded a look into his eyes.
Must he always stare?
As close as they were, He looked at her with far more intimacy than she was comfortable. Does he mean to intimidate me?
For one who does not profess liking to dance, I must say you dance exceedingly well, Mr. Darcy.
He frowned at her, yet remained silent as they made their way down the room. After a pause that seemed an eternity, Elizabeth endeavoured once again to entice him to speak.
You might at least pretend to enjoy this dance, Mr. Darcy. I did not ask you to dance, after all. You asked me. By your scowling mien, one might suppose you consider it a burden.
Forgive me, Miss Elizabeth, but I supposed you were taunting me just then in complimenting my ballroom prowess.
Are you not to be laughed at, Mr. Darcy?
I find it hard to forgive the folly of others, especially when it is exercised at my expense.
Then you will have no quarrel with me, sir, for I meant it as a compliment.
With that, Elizabeth noticed what looked to be a hint of a smile grace his lips.
I must confess that I am amazed at your prowess as well. Where did you learn to waltz?
Elizabeth looked at him squarely. Do you suppose the inhabitants of Meryton have yet to master the finer arts of town, Mr. Darcy?
Actually, I do. Then, of course, you cannot always have been of Meryton.
Not about to confess that Jane had been her sole dance partner, she said, I am sorry to disappoint you, sir, but I did indeed learn to waltz in Meryton. Now, hate me if you dare. His hand on her waist tightened ever so softly, tenderly akin to a gentle caress.
I could never hate you, Miss Elizabeth.
Elizabeth swallowed. Gone was the sternness in his voice, replaced by the melody she had come to appreciate during unguarded moments. She knew not what to say, so she said nothing. Silence ensued, and she began to feel as though it had filled the room to the point that it was only the two of them. A bewildering mixture of emotions engulfed her senses when the music ended, and he escorted her back to sit with his aunt. A strange sense of loss flooded her being as she watched him disappear into the crowd. It was the last she saw of him that evening. From an advantageous view that he had claimed for himself on the balcony overlooking the ballroom floor, Darcy watched as one gentleman after another approached Elizabeth to claim her hand. What on earth had he been thinking in dancing a waltz with her? True, he had thwarted Lord Davenport's intentions, but not without some cost to his own sensibilities. Holding her in his arms, touching her, practically caressing her, had unleashed a yearning the likes of which he never dreamed was possible. Reason had won out over desire as he repressed the urge to take her hand in his and lead her from the ballroom for a midnight stroll in the Richardsons' garden. It would not do. Did she have any idea the devastating effect of her teasing smile on his gentlemanly sensibilities? Thank heavens his annual trip to Kent was nigh. As long as she was around, he would know no peace.
I might spend the rest of the season in Kent. Surely, by the time I come back, she will have returned to Hertfordshire. Yes, time and distance away from her is just the thing I need.
Darcy's solitude was abruptly interrupted when a piercing voice accosted him. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He would have recognized her fragrance from a mile off.
Mr. Darcy, there you are. I have been looking everywhere for you this evening.
The intimacy hinted by her voice gave him a shudder.
You have found me.
Of course I did see you earlier. You were dancing with Miss Elizabeth Bennet. What a burden it must have been for you to share a waltz with a country nobody. I suppose Miss Darcy cajoled you into requesting Eliza Bennet's hand for a set. I do recall her boasting of her acquaintance with your dear sister. I supposed she was enjoying a bit of latitude with the truth.
Having lost sight of Elizabeth amidst a sea of fine gowns, he turned and faced his companion.
I had not expected to see you here, Miss Bingley. I supposed you were in Hertfordshire.
and forego the entirety of the season? Heaven forbid that I shall ever consider such a dreadful prospect. I have left Charles to his own devices in the country, and returned to town with my sister. She crossed her arms. Mind you, Mr. Darcy, I have yet to forgive you for abandoning me to the wilds of Hertfordshire amongst those savages. Why on earth have you not responded to my repeated pleas to return and help my brother see reason as regards those conniving Bennets?
Your brother is a grown man. I expressed my objections to his alliance. He is determined to decide his own course in life.
You know how it has always been a favourite wish that our families should be united.
She batted her long lashes and eased closer.
I am not merely speaking of my brother and your sister.
Please, remember yourself. Why am I wasting time with her? Far too many minutes had passed since he last laid eyes on the true object of his desire. It took him a moment to spot her amongst the throng of people below. Once he fixed his eyes upon her, Caroline's incessant drone melded into the sound of the orchestra tuning up for the next set. A hard tug at his sleeve drew his attention. He frowned and looked down at his companion. "Are you still here?"
"Have you not heard a word I have said, Mr. Darcy?"
She peered over the balcony, desiring to discover whatever it was below that had the credit of inspiring such consideration. By the dour turn of her countenance, she espied the young woman who held his attention hostage. She gasped. Miss Bingley immediately fixed her eyes on his face.
"Pray you have not fallen victim to Charles's malady where those Bennets are concerned?"
Darcy said nothing.
"How long has Miss Eliza been such a favourite?"
Her voice now laced with bitterness, she bemoaned,
"And pray when shall I wish you joy?"
"That is exactly the question I expected you to ask. 1 minute you were insinuating that you and I should be married, and now you are suggesting I am to marry Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Which is it?" She stood there agape. Why, Miss Bingley's colouring took on the shade of her fetching low-cut amber gown and requisite feathered headrest.
"Why—"
"What say you that I leave you to ponder the matter? Good evening, Miss Bingley." Chapter 9. What News from Longbourn? Elizabeth removed Jane's letter from her pocket and once again perused those parts that delighted her the most.
"Dearest Lizzie, I have some very happy news, and as I can have no reserves from you where giving you pleasure is concerned, I am writing to you much sooner than you may have been expecting. Mr. Bingley and I are engaged to be married. Whilst I must confess to being the happiest creature in the world, I sometimes feel it is by far too much. I do not deserve it. Oh, why is not everybody as happy? As you are my dearest sister, I wanted you to be the first to know. Mr. Bingley and I shall share our happy news with my mother and father later this evening. Oh, Lizzie, how shall I bear so much happiness? I can well imagine Mamma going on and on regarding all the particulars of calico, muslin, and cambric. How I wish you were here to share my joy. However, I shall be patient, for Mr. Bingley and I have decided the wedding is to be in 3 months. Dare I hope by then you may well have good news of your own? If I have a single regret, it is that my future sisters are not here to share in our joy. You will know by now they have returned to town to take part in the London season. Mr. Bingley assured me he would write to them telling them of our news. As attentive as they have always been, I am persuaded they will be just as delighted as everyone at Longbourn."
Elizabeth doubted such was the case, but it mattered not. Surely as the wife of Mr. Bingley my sister must have no cause to repine. She clutched the missive to her heart. Her greatest wish for Jane had come to fruition. Now Elizabeth had only to satisfy her own heart's desire for a love match. With all her time in town, she had met with very little success. None of the gentlemen had found a place on her list. How could they? Rather than spending her time advantageously and becoming better acquainted with the gentlemen whom her uncle invited to dinner, or even those gentlemen who routinely danced with her when she had attended the balls with Georgiana, Elizabeth spent all her time endeavouring to make out Mr. Darcy's character. Prudence and good sensibility rendered him as the one gentleman whose name would never grace her list. Even if he were the most amiable man in the world, which he was not, even if he were liked by her family and friends, which he certainly was not, he was spoken for, according to Mr. Wickham. My upcoming trip to Kent is just the diversion I need. Mr. Wickham had told her about Mr. Darcy's aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, as well as his presumed intended, Miss Anne de Bourgh. Perhaps she would have another opportunity to complete the puzzle that was Mr. Darcy, only she would be doing it far away, with no danger of his hypnotic blue eyes and wonderfully melodious voice to distract her. Having left Hertfordshire with the Gardiners before Charlotte's marriage to her cousin, Elizabeth was happy for the chance to mend the awkwardness between them, for she and Charlotte had always been the most intimate of friends. Their parting words had been Charlotte's ardent affirmation of wanting to hear from Elizabeth very often. Charlotte asked for another favour as well. Thinking it would be some time before she would leave Kent, she wanted her friend to come and see her in her new home. Elizabeth could not refuse. They had agreed upon March, and though Elizabeth foresaw little pleasure in the visit, fearing it was merely a gesture of friendship for the sake of what had always been rather than what was, a promise was a promise. Now the time had come. If things work out according to plan, soon I shall have the privilege of meeting Mr. Darcy's presumed betrothed for myself. Elizabeth called on Georgiana the next day. She was grateful for time alone with her friend, outside the company of Mr. Darcy. She had not seen the gentleman in days. It was just as well. Whenever she was with him, she found herself completely disconcerted. Glimpses of the haughty man that everyone so disdained in Hertfordshire were too eager to flee her thoughts whenever he was near.
Elizabeth, the season is barely underway. I hate to see you leave so soon after having just arrived.
I assure you that I shall endeavour to return to town once I leave Kent. After all, I am on a mission, am I not? How likely am I to thwart my father's plans for my future marital felicity in Kent?
I suppose if you must go, perhaps I shall persuade my brother to allow you to accompany him on his annual trip to visit our Aunt Lady Catherine de Bourgh at Rosings Park.
I know not what to say. Being entrapped in a long carriage ride with Mr. Darcy was the last thing she wanted, the last thing she needed. It is hardly fitting that a single woman should travel to Kent with a single gentleman.
That is nonsense. You are like a sister to me. My brother will be glad for your company.
I am afraid he might disagree.
Well, it will do no harm in asking. I am certain you are wrong. I believe my brother admires you very much.
If you suppose such a thing, then you do not know your brother very well.
I know him well enough to know he would not have you travel by coach when you might enjoy the comforts of the luxurious Darcy barouche. You must leave it all to me. I shall even ask Mrs. Annesley to accompany you. She is very fond of you. I believe she will be very agreeable to the scheme.
And what shall you do during the height of the season without a proper companion?
My aunt, Lady Ellen, will be happy for my company. There you see, you shall have no more excuses.
Georgiana walked to her writing desk and secured pen and paper. What are you planning to do?
I shall send a note to my brother asking him to call on me as soon as possible.
Darcy arrived at his sister's home within an hour of her summons, surmising it must be terribly important, for rarely did she do such a thing. His apprehension soon turned into dread. Leaning against the mantelpiece, he tempered his speech. "Whatever do you mean in saying that Miss Elizabeth Bennet is travelling to Kent?
What can be her purpose in Kent? Part of the reason I am eager to leave town is to escape my irrational fascination with her.
Brother, Miss Elizabeth has been invited to visit her dear friend, Mrs. Charlotte Collins. She is the parson's bride. Surely you would not relegate Miss Elizabeth to a public coach when there is more than enough room for her to accompany you and Cousin Richard.
A single woman travelling alone with two gentlemen is entirely unseemly.
Ah, but she will not be travelling alone. Mrs. Annesley has agreed to accompany her. It is all rather convenient, for Mrs. Annesley has friends in Kent that she might visit.
Darcy brushed his fingers through his hair. His sister might have promised she had no intention of playing matchmaker between Elizabeth and him, but she was surely doing a fine imitation. Convenient dinner parties of 4, Georgiana, Mrs. Annesley, Miss Elizabeth, and me. Of course he had drawn the line where theatre appearances and other public outings were concerned. It was inconceivable he would do anything that might give rise to speculation of any sort of attachment with his sister's pretty friend from Hertfordshire. He prayed the weather would be fine, so he and Richard might ride on horseback alongside the carriage most of the way. He was feeling the danger of Elizabeth's presence, and it was not a very comfortable position in which to find himself. How clever he had been in requesting Elizabeth's hand for the waltz and thereby spoiling the intentions of the rakish Lord Stanley Davenport. The unintended consequence was the lingering remembrance of her in his arms. Days had passed, and yet the scent of lavender flooded his senses with little more than a thought of the soft caress of her hand on his shoulder, his hand on her waist. How shall I endure the long carriage ride with her to Kent? Chapter 10. The Food of Love. Calm yourself, old fellow. What is half an hour delay in the grand scheme of things? More than 10 minutes had elapsed since Mrs. Gardiner went to fetch her niece. Darcy ceased his pacing back and forth and commenced staring out the window at the awaiting carriage.
You know how I value timeliness.
I would not be as fastidious as you for a kingdom, said Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, Darcy's older cousin and one of his closest friends.
No, I do not suppose you would be. But then you and I do not enjoy the same lot in life. I am expected to be punctual, whereas you—
Darcy tore his eyes away from the window just in time to see Elizabeth enter the room. The sight of her took his breath away. He reminded himself to breathe.
What is it about this woman? How shall I endure the next several hours in her presence?
Richard cleared his throat, effectively gaining his cousin's attention. Darcy bowed.
Miss Elizabeth, good morning. Allow me to introduce you to my cousin, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam. Richard, this is Miss Elizabeth Bennet.
Richard reached for her hand and executed a perfect bow. Miss Elizabeth Bennet, what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. The pleasure is all mine, sir. Your cousin Georgiana has told me so much about you. I feel I know you. He raised her ungloved hand to his lips and brushed a kiss across her knuckles. I am my young cousin's favourite, and thus she has a tendency of exaggerating my good qualities. I sincerely hope I do not disappoint you. Darcy fought to keep his mouth from gaping open. Why, I have yet to take such liberties. It mattered not that the lingering touch of her hand upon his shoulder and the gentle caress of his hand about her waist were seared into his memory for all time. The warm glow on her face and the glint in her eyes told Darcy more than he wished to know about how Elizabeth received his cousin's attentions. The modest smile she reserved for him was now in full bloom and directed at Richard. Release her hand already, you fool. Darcy walked to Elizabeth's side. Shall we take our leave? Her hand now freed, she tore her eyes away from Richard long enough to look at Darcy. I beg your pardon, Mr. Darcy. I fear we will be delayed just a while longer. In my haste to come down to greet you, I forgot something I really cannot leave behind. Darcy pulled out his pocket-watch and noted the time. "I had planned to commence our journey long before now, Miss Elizabeth."
"Oh my! Georgiana told me that you would be a stickler for time. I supposed she was merely exaggerating."
She and his cousin exchanged a knowing glance.
"Is this what I have to look forward to for the next several hours? Shameless flirtation on Richard's part, and brazen teasing from her?"
"I shall only be a few minutes more."
She turned and hurried out of the room before he could protest further.
"I suppose waiting for Elizabeth would be a habit if we were to marry."
He swallowed hard.
"If we were to marry!"
Darcy rubbed his forehead.
"What has come over me?"
Richard turned to Darcy. "I had no idea Georgiana's friend was so pretty. I like her. I say this shall be a most interesting trip." Showing no compunction whatsoever, Darcy frustrated his cousin when it came time to hand Elizabeth into the carriage by stepping in front of him and claiming her hand for himself. He likened the thrill of their touch to the pleasure he suffered when holding her body next to his on the dance floor. Her brow crumpled, Elizabeth lightly gripped Darcy's hand and started up the steps. Looking back at the Colonel apologetically, she lost her footing. Gasping, she grabbed hold of Darcy to avoid an embarrassing tumble. Sparks raced throughout his body, nearly taking his breath away, for now she was truly in his arms. Once she was comfortably inside, the Colonel said to Darcy, "I suppose you mean to break with decorum and sit next to her as well."
"Indeed. My carriage, my rules."
"Is that how it is?"
The instant Darcy settled in his seat beside her and felt the incidental brush of his thigh against hers, he questioned his sanity in allowing his sister to talk him into bringing Elizabeth to Kent. Even more, he questioned his thinking in strongly hinting to Georgiana's paid companion that he had no wish to sit next to his cousin all the way to Kent. "Now what am I to do?"
Richard would no doubt clamour on for most of the journey. Darcy was in no mood to talk. Seated next to her like this, breathing her delightful scent of chamomile and lavender, he supposed it would have to be enough.
Enough? Enough for what?
From what little Elizabeth knew of Colonel Fitzwilliam, he was well on his way to topping her list. He was not the epitome of perfection that defined the Adonis-like comportment of his cousin. However, what he lacked in physical beauty, he made up in charisma. His presence alone increases the prospect of gaiety 100-fold. In person and address, Colonel Fitzwilliam was most truly the gentleman. Unlike his haughty younger cousin, the Colonel entered into conversation directly with the ease of a well-bred man and spoke very pleasantly. His manners would have been much admired in Hertfordshire. Sitting across from her, he talked so agreeably of Kent, of travelling, of new books and music, that Elizabeth had never been half so well entertained since arriving in town. Once they had exhausted every subject suitable to the level of their acquaintance, everyone was quiet. The steady hum of the carriage, the comfort of the luxurious barouche, and the cessation of conversation conspired to lull her into a midday slumber. Elizabeth refused to succumb. The bright sun's glare bothered Elizabeth and impeded her reading pleasure. Her repeated attempts to pull close the curtains proved futile.
"Allow me, Miss Elizabeth," said Darcy.
Surprised beyond measure, she stiffened after she returned to her former sitting position and found her head resting on his arm atop the seat back as he leaned forward and drew the shade. Memories of being in his arms waltzing about the ballroom flooded her treacherous senses. Would she ever forget the sensations evoked from his hand about her waist? A hint of sandalwood and spice whiffed the air. By the time he returned to his former attitude on his own side of the carriage seat, her heartbeat pounded in her ears.
Why does his nearness disturb my equanimity?
"I trust that is more to your liking."
Elizabeth said nothing, thinking all eyes in the carriage surely must be feasting upon the unfolding spectacle. On the contrary, Mrs. Annesley was dozing, as was the Colonel. When had that happened? It is almost like being alone with him. The sparks generated by his gentle caress of her hand when he assisted her into the carriage had not dissipated. Heaven forbid she would have to talk to him. Suddenly, the idea of peering out into the blinding sunlight held infinite appeal. The manner in which he scrutinizes me is positively unnerving. If I do not say something, I shall grow afraid of him. She summoned her courage. I am sorry to have disturbed your reading. He lowered his arm to his side. It was no trouble. Besides, I needed an excuse for setting my reading aside. Oh, I take it you were not reading for pleasure. Even a pleasurable experience must yield in the wake of more gratifying prospects. Elizabeth's heart banged against her chest. I must not allow him to rattle me like this. I can imagine few things more gratifying than losing oneself in a good book. I would expect you to say that, what with you having had little opportunity to experience the types of pleasures of which I speak. You mean to intimidate me, Mr. Darcy. I shall not allow it. Remembering to look anywhere but into his eyes, she cleared her throat. Pray, what exactly are you reading? He rested his arm over the back of the seat once more, and he eased a tiny bit closer. You are welcome to have a look. His book rested in his lap, and he conveyed no intention to hand it to her. Elizabeth had little choice but to lean into his embrace. Her treacherous body stiffened against him. It is too much, being this close to him. Elizabeth closed her eyes long enough to breathe. I must not allow him to think I am afraid of him. As if oblivious of how their intimate seating arrangement might be perceived were their travel companions to waken, she took him up on his challenge and leaned even closer into the cradle of his arm resting along the back of the seat. A flood of sensations settled upon her and blinded her to the words on the pages. Instead, she was drawn to the perfect lines of his richly tailored jacket, the detailed pattern of his waistcoat, and the steady rise and fall of his chest. Shall I read to you, Miss Elizabeth? It might help to pass the time. The sound of his voice and the smooth caress of his warm breath roused her. Elizabeth turned her head slightly. Wonderfully amazing blue eyes held her silently captured for what seemed an eternity. Her eyes fell to his lips, his moistened lips. She ran her tongue along her lower lip, supposing that it would help soothe her unrest. It did not. She wanted something, something never yet experienced, something dangerous. Miss Elizabeth? A sudden quiver deep inside awakened her once more. She pulled away just as he shifted his body and lowered his arm to reposition his book. Yes, sir. I should like that very much. A half-hour after their arrival at Bromley, Darcy received unfortunate news from his driver. Their departure would be delayed because of fallen tree limbs in the road just outside the town. It would be at least an hour or two before the debris was cleared. Darcy determined that Richard would not have this time alone with Elizabeth. Having informed Mrs. Annesley there would be a delay in their embarking upon the final leg of their journey, and having settled her by the fireplace of the inn, he set about locating his other travelling companions. Where has Richard run off to with Elizabeth? Recalling how his sister boasted of Elizabeth's love of the outdoors, Darcy ventured onto the street. He espied Richard and Elizabeth walking arm in arm, pausing now and again to peer into shop windows. He joined them. Richard, would you mind returning to the inn and attending Mrs. Annesley? I should like a moment with Miss Elizabeth. Both Elizabeth and Richard's faces bore the question of why he had left Mrs. Annesley's side if she was in such urgent need of attention. Elizabeth supposed Mr. Darcy was in the habit of arranging things for his own convenience, and this was one such instance. Richard walked away, and Elizabeth accepted Darcy's proffered arm. He led her in the opposite direction.
"What are you about, Mr. Darcy?"
"There is a delay. I was of a mind to enjoy a leisurely stroll, and I thought you might enjoy it as well. My sister told me you have a fondness for walking."
"Whenever the prospect of a walk exists, you will find me easily persuaded. However, why did you not mention it to your cousin?"
"I had no desire to walk with my cousin." They drifted along in silence, prompting Elizabeth to wonder what his purpose was if he meant to be silent and taciturn. Well, he had rattled her composure quite enough for one day. If they were to have any conversation at all, he would have to be the initiator. A distant rumble pierced the silence. It started to sprinkle, first a tiny drop and then another. Darcy said, "Perhaps we should return. The skies look threatening." They turned to head back, but they did not go very far before the skies opened, forcing Darcy and Elizabeth to seek the closest shelter they could find. It was an old stable. By the looks of the place, it was abandoned. It was dry, and thus it would have to do. Darcy looked at Elizabeth. Her bonnet was dripping wet. Streams of water traced paths down her face. Her light spencer was soaked. Without speaking, he removed his greatcoat, shook off the rain, and stepped nearer to drape it over her shoulders. Disturbed by his intentions, she took a step back.
"No, I do not expect you to give up your coat for me."
"I insist," he said. He completed his mission, and lingered a bit while doing so. They were standing so close to each other, summoning her to their last dance. Unable to resist, Elizabeth studied his face. Her eyes traced a pattern from his lightly parted lips to his eyes, back to his lips once more.
Why have I never noticed his lips, that tiny scar?
She reached up and gingerly traced her fingers across it. Darcy grasped her hand suddenly yet gently. A frisson of panic arose in her chest. She did not know what to make of the abruptness of his act. Utterly confused by the dark, clouded look in his eyes, she supposed he was just as likely to scold her or bestow a tender kiss. He lowered her hand, released it, and stepped away. She exhaled.
"Will you tell me what happened?"
"I fell from a horse when I was young, very young and daring." His heartbeat racing, Darcy walked to the door and slid it open. He looked outside at the passing storm and filled his thoughts with anything that might keep his increasingly aching desire at bay. It had been difficult enough to maintain his control in the carriage, but alone with her in such an intimate setting as this, solely the two of them, with a door that might easily be secured if necessary to ensure their privacy. It was too much for an honourable man with no intention of marrying even to contemplate. Oh, how she tempts me like no other woman. Darcy continued staring outside the door in silence. Are my unguarded attentions to Elizabeth affording in her a sense of expectation? What was the point in denying it any longer? He wanted her. Of course he would never have her. Never. Needing to see her, he turned to face the object of his ardent desire. She stood at a window on the far side of the ramshackle structure. How beautiful she is. It was all he could do not to stare. Powerless to do otherwise, Darcy drifted to where she stood. He fought the urge to trace his fingers along the small of her back. Instead, he stood directly behind her. He clasped his hands behind his back, lest his arms take on a mind of their own, reach out and embrace her. Surely his lips would commence a slow, sweeping exploration of her long, slender neckline, as they had almost insisted upon doing in the carriage. Elizabeth turned to face him, rendering them even closer. They stared into each other's eyes with intent. Darcy's former state once again threatened arousal. At length he said, "The storm is letting up." Elizabeth nodded. She said nothing. "Shall we head back to the inn?" She bit her lower lip. "Perhaps we should." His hands still clutched behind his back, he moved aside and encouraged her to walk ahead of him. He silently moaned. "It will not do. I must conquer this longing I suffer for this woman." Soon enough, the inn was in view, and Darcy assisted Elizabeth with the removal of his coat. A stranger approached them. "The roads are impassable, good sir. If you and your lovely wife are planning to head south, I'm afraid you would be better served to secure lodgings for the night." Darcy nodded in acknowledgement. Placing his fingers along her back, he escorted Elizabeth inside and led her to a comfortable seat by the fire. "I shall locate Richard and Mrs. Annesley and notify them of the change in plans." "Perhaps the roads are not as bad as all that. We might—" Darcy knelt beside her and placed his finger upon her lips to hush her. Remembering himself, he removed it just as quickly. "Miss Elizabeth, I do not rely solely upon that gentleman's account. You are in no condition to travel. Your things are wet. You are under my protection, and I will not have it said I did not deliver you safe and sound and well to your friends in Kent." Scantily attired in nothing more than her thin linen chemise, she paced back and forth before the blazing hot fire. Mr. Darcy's behaviour had confounded her, but it was nothing in comparison to her own. What on earth had possessed her to trace her finger along his lips? Surely he must think I am wanton, or even worse, that I mean to tempt him with my feminine arts and allurements, when nothing can be further from the truth. She ceased pacing and stared into the fire. Mr. Wickham's words silently echoed throughout the room. "Her daughter, Mr. Berg, will have a very large fortune, and it is believed that she and her cousin will unite the two estates." In light of what Mr. Wickham had said, what would be the point in Elizabeth's foolish musings? In spite of my ridiculous cousin's assertion that Mr. Berg is of a sickly constitution, what has that to do with precluding a match where there is the matter of combining two great estates? She caught her breath. Does Mr. Darcy mean to dally with my affections, knowing there can never be anything more between us owing to his obligations to his family? I must stop this at once. I shall not assign nefarious intent to Mr. Darcy's motives, when I have nothing to blame but my own body's traitorous responses to his every look, his every whisper, his every touch. Yes, he stares at me more often than not, but he is just as likely to be looking to find fault rather than as a means of pleasure. Elizabeth wrapped her arms around her shoulders. She immediately recalled the weight of his greatcoat draped about her, and how wonderfully safe and protected it rendered her during the rainstorm. Most of all, she remembered how pleasingly intoxicating it smelled, the scent of sandalwood and spice which lingered on her body still. Imagine the stranger assuming that Mr. Darcy and I are married. More than a few times after first seeing his magnificent estate in Derbyshire and studying his likeness in the gallery, she had imagined what it must be like to be mistress of Pemberley. That was before she met him, and judged for herself that he was just as her family and Mr. Wickham had proclaimed him, haughty and proud, and expecting that everyone connected with him should have an understanding of the first class. His cousin is nothing like him. What is more, I actually like the Colonel, and I think he likes me. Surely her time would be better spent dwelling upon what might be with the Colonel, who, despite being the son of an earl, could never be accused of anything dishonourable, as best as she could tell. Not long after the maid placed Elizabeth's wet things before the fire to dry, Elizabeth was fully dressed once again. Feeling quite restless, She decided she would not have dinner in her room as Mr. Darcy had dictated, but she would seek the gentleman's company instead. Mr. Darcy is being overly cautious. If she were truly to get to know the Colonel better, she planned to take advantage of whatever opportunities presented themselves over the coming days and weeks. Once the innkeeper and the servant girl quit the private dining room where the gentlemen awaited their meal, the Colonel set his ale aside and turned to his cousin. "I was not asleep the entire duration of our journey from town." "And you chose to pretend you were because—" "I wanted to see what you were about. Your behaviour towards Miss Elizabeth is such that I have never seen before. Why do you pretend to hold the young woman in contempt one moment, and the next you behave the jealous lover?" Darcy huffed. "Without conceding to your outlandish characterization of my behaviour, I will say, were you privy to the unsettling knowledge of her family, you would understand." "You are very hard on her family in general when you spend but a few days in Hertfordshire. Perhaps you misjudged them." "What little time I spent in their presence was more than enough. The eldest daughter is a schemer, the mother is calculating, the 3 younger daughters are silly beyond compare." "What of the father?" "I had no opportunity to make his acquaintance, but I can scarcely allow him to be any more tolerable than the rest of the lot. A father has a great deal of influence over the comportment of his family." Darcy went into some detail in accounting for his weariness where the people of Meryton in general were concerned, including how he had admonished his friend Charles Bingley against a most unfortunate alliance. "Why on earth would I allow myself a similar fate?" He heard a creak just outside the door, and he looked over and noticed it was left ajar by the attending servant. The last thing he needed was to be overheard. Darcy bolted from his chair and went to the door. He opened it. Elizabeth stood there with her hand poised to knock. "Miss Elizabeth." "Mr. Darcy." An awkward pause ensued. Darcy did not know what to make of her being there. "I thought you were having dinner in your room." "I decided I would rather not dine alone." "Of course, you are welcome to join us." He stepped aside and allowed her to pass. Darcy did not know how to look or how to feel. How long has she been standing outside the door? Chapter 11. The Palings of Rosings Park. Finding it convenient, Darcy and Richard remained at the parsonage with Elizabeth whilst the carriage conveyed Mrs. Annesley to her friends in the village. As soon as the driver returned, the gentlemen departed. Mr. Collins, who had prevailed upon his esteemed visitors to be allowed to accompany them, left also. Charlotte and Elizabeth made their way to the small parlour.
"I would say that Mr. Darcy is a great admirer of yours, my dear Eliza."
"You would not say that if you really knew what he is like. I am afraid the gentleman barely tolerates me."
"I believe you are quite mistaken. I believe Mr. Darcy is quite taken with you. Have you ever considered what you perceive as a lack of tolerance is merely born of expectations of his family that will not allow him to admit his true feelings, even to himself?"
"Actually, I have given the matter no thought at all. Pray, what do you think of Colonel Fitzwilliam?"
"I think he is a fine gentleman. He is not as handsome and rich as Mr. Darcy. As a second son, I dare say he has no fortune at all. Why do you ask about him when the topic at hand concerns your feelings towards Mr. Darcy?"
"Charlotte, if I am to be honest, after all I had heard about him whilst in Hertfordshire, I was looking forward to meeting him. I found it hard to imagine he could be as bad as everyone said."
"What is your opinion of him now that you have made his acquaintance?"
"On the whole, I am exceedingly puzzled. One minute he is charming and attentive. In another instance he is cold and aloof. Then, too, whenever I recall how wretchedly he treated Mr. Wickham, I am reminded of his callous disregard for the feelings of others."
"Dear Eliza, you must not allow Mr. Wickham's opinion of Mr. Darcy to influence your thinking. I believe Mr. Darcy likes you very much. Surely you do not suppose he would have called on my husband and me? The gentleman I met in Hertfordshire would never have given himself the trouble. I would say he made an effort to remain in your company as long as possible.
Perhaps he meant to protect his cousin from being entangled by my feminine wiles.
Why would you accuse him of such a thing?
Colonel Fitzwilliam was the one who meant to stay at the parsonage whilst Mrs. Annesley was conveyed to her friends in the village. Once Mr. Darcy learned of the Colonel's intentions, I suppose he decided it was best he keep an eye on his cousin. He went out of his way to make certain that the Colonel and I spent no time alone on the journey from town.
You were under his protection. He might feel that way still.
My dear Charlotte, you are no stranger to my papa's plans for my future marital felicity and what awaits me should I return to Longbourn with no prospects. If there is a chance in the world that I might find happiness with the Colonel, I am obliged to remain open to it, am I not?
And what if the chance you seek is by way of Mr. Darcy?
Charlotte, do not be absurd.
It could happen.
As much as I like and respect Georgiana and believe we would be dear sisters, I do not entirely trust Mr. Darcy. I am exceedingly ill at ease when in his presence. I know he does not like my family. Then there is the prospect of being Lady Catherine's niece, which I simply could not abide. Charlotte held up her hand.
I think doth protest too much, dear Eliza. You have yet to meet Lady Catherine. Besides, is Lady Catherine not the Colonel's aunt as well?
True, I have not met her, but if I am to rely on Mr. Wickham's account, then I am certain of her character. She derives the worst part of pride in the notion of her being Mr. Darcy's aunt, and she intends him for her own daughter. I suspect the Colonel's choice of a bride will be of no significance to her.
Again, Eliza, I would caution you against allowing your feelings towards Mr. Wickham to make you appear foolish before a man of Mr. Darcy's standing, which is better than 10 times Mr. Wickham's consequence.
Darcy and Richard barely took their seats before their aunt called them to task. "Why was there a delay in arriving, nephews? I was half tempted to dispatch a scouting party to recover you." "Lady Catherine, I assure you that would have been unnecessary. As you see, we have arrived, and we are no worse for the delay," said Darcy. "Yesterday you were prudent to delay your departure, and in so doing ensure your safe arrival. But that in no way excuses your tardiness in attending me today." The Colonel rallied to his cousin's defence. "I beg to differ, your ladyship. It was only fitting that we spend time with the Collinses once we surrendered Miss Bennet to their care." Collins squirmed under her ladyship's sudden consideration. She said, "Yes, well, what is this I hear of her having relatives in Cheapside? I was of the belief that she hailed from the landed gentry." She huffed. My nephews accompanying a woman whose family has ties in trade? It is not to be borne." "Miss Bennet's father is a gentleman," said the Colonel. "I am no stranger to that bit of information. What does it signify?" "Miss Elizabeth is a gentleman's daughter. Darcy looked at his cousin and corrected himself. "We are gentlemen. That makes us equals, does it not?" "I should say it decidedly does not. Your mothers, both of them, are descendants of nobility. Who is her mother?" Darcy stood, signalling an end to the discussion. "I dare say you will find Miss Elizabeth agreeable. You must, of course, judge for yourself. Pardon me, your ladyship." Mr. Collins stood to take his leave as well. "Pray, Mr. Collins, I wish to have a word with you before you return to the parsonage." He bowed with great deference, and then resumed his former attitude. "Yes, your ladyship, I am at your service." Collins returned to the parsonage with such happy news he could scarcely contain himself. Lady Catherine had invited them to dinner on the following day. His ranting had been profuse, his praise unfettered, for never had he expected such an honour for his fair cousin. On the day of the auspicious occasion, and at the appointed hour, they were shown into the drawing-room where the Rosings party awaited them.
Elizabeth observed her surroundings with wonder. Despite its grand staircases and its rich antebellum and massive paintings, Rosings felt more like a mausoleum than a home. So, this is the manner in which Mr. Darcy's esteemed aunt and his cousin, his presumed intended, live. I can only imagine the excitement in store for us this evening. Of course, the Colonel will be here. That alone is cause for joy. Before they entered the grand parlour, Mr. Collins seized hold of Elizabeth's arm, thereby halting her progress.
I do not need to tell you to mind your manners and hold your tongue, dear cousin. As I told you before, her ladyship does not countenance insubordination.
When they were shown into the room, Mr. Collins commandeered his wife and cousin to stand beside him before his noble patroness. The gentleman bowed deeply. The ladies curtsied. Lady Catherine regarded her youngest guest from head to toe.
So you are Miss Elizabeth Bennet?
Yes, your ladyship. Thank you for inviting me to your home. Introductions were made to Miss Anne de Bourgh and her companion Mrs. Jenkinson, and the Hunsford party took their seats.
My nephews shall join us momentarily. Until such time, I should like to know more about you, Miss Bennet. I understand you made my niece's acquaintance when you visited Pemberley last summer with your aunt and uncle from Cheapside.
Yes, your ladyship, my aunt and uncle Gardiner.
And you wandered off on your own and happened upon my niece, Georgiana.
I suppose you might say that, your ladyship.
Well, how else would one describe the circumstances of your meeting my niece? I understand the two of you began corresponding regularly, and that is the basis for your friendship.
Our regular correspondence formed the basis for our amity. However, our intimacy has increased owing to the time we spent together in town over the past weeks. The silver-haired aristocrat, who ought to have abandoned any notions of beauty decades ago, regarded Elizabeth with what looked like contempt.
How very convenient your alliance with my niece is for you.
This inquisition is eerily similar to the one I suffered under your haughty nephew's disapproving eyes. Elizabeth stiffened her back. What can any of this have to do with your ladyship?
I hear you are quite delighted with George Wickham. Are you aware he was the son of old Wickham, the late Mr. Darcy's steward? Let me recommend you for your own good not to give confidence to any of his assertions of my nephew's using him ill, for all such allegations are perfectly false. On the contrary, he has always been remarkably kind to him, though George Wickham has treated my nephew in a most infamous manner. I do not know the particulars, but I know very well that Darcy is not in the least to blame, and he cannot bear to hear George Wickham mentioned.
Does her ladyship expect to influence me against the gentleman with such an unsubstantiated attack as this? I see nothing in it other than her own wilful ignorance. Lady Catherine was by no means finished with the detailing of her account of Elizabeth's affairs. Growing increasingly uncomfortable under her ladyship's microscope, Elizabeth supposed there was only one person to thank for her current uneasiness. Charlotte is incapable of being such a nuisance. My cousin is not only ridiculous, he is also a busy little bee. He goes about spreading the word of the goings-on in Hertfordshire to someone as wholly connected to it as her ladyship. Lady Catherine's discourse was momentarily halted when Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam entered the room. Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief for the reprieve. Surely her ladyship must relish the prospect of lavishing her attentions upon her favourite nephew, Mr. Darcy. It is not often she has the opportunity to see him.
Good, you have joined us, nephews, although I cannot imagine what kept you. I have been getting better acquainted with Miss Bennet.
She turned to Elizabeth.
After dinner, I must insist that you play something for us, Miss Bennet, for music is my delight. There are few people in England, I suppose, who have more true enjoyment of music than myself, or a better natural taste. If I had ever learned, I should have been a great proficient.
and so would Anne if her health had allowed her to apply. I am confident she would have performed delightfully." Elizabeth cast a glance in Mr. Berg's direction to see how she bore her mother's commendations. She saw for herself that Mr. Collins had given a fair assessment of the young heiress when describing her as sickly. Elizabeth also looked at Mr. Darcy to see how cordially he assented to his cousin's praise, only to discern no symptom of love.
"I suppose he might have been just as likely to marry Miss Caroline Bingley, were she a wealthy relation."
"I understand you do not play very well, Miss Bennet, but one can hardly expect a great deal of competence from a young woman raised in a household of 5 daughters with no governess. I understand you did not have the benefit of the London masters either. What a shame it is to be reared under such disadvantageous circumstances."
Benevolence mixed with omnipotence lit her ladyship's expression.
"You shall come to Rosings every day during your stay, and play on the pianoforte in Mrs. Jenkinson's room. You would be in nobody's way in that part of the house."
Elizabeth felt her temper rising. Fighting to maintain her composure, she looked across the room and feigned admiration of her ladyship's garish mantel clock. How much more of this must I endure before dinner? Later that evening, when Lady Catherine, Elizabeth, Charlotte, Mr. Berg and Mrs. Jenkinson were waiting for the gentlemen to join them after dinner, her ladyship said to Elizabeth,
"I am well aware that you rejected Mr. Collins' hand in marriage. I assure you he would have been a fine husband. But in such cases as this, your imprudence has been the means of Mrs. Collins' good fortune."
She curled her lips.
"I believe people should not venture beyond their sphere. Do not suppose for one instant I have not seen the manner in which my nephews look at you. Although you are a very pretty young woman, you would be well advised to accept the offer of marriage from the young man your father has chosen for you when the time comes."
Just as she was finishing her speech, the gentleman walked into the room.
"There the 2 of you are. I was just counselling Miss Bennet of the advantages of staying in one's own sphere when seeking to make a good match. But I do not have to remind either of you of that, for I am certain both of you know what is expected of you."
Elizabeth leisurely ambled along, agreeably engaged as she perused Jane's last letter, and dwelt on those passages that proved Jane and Bingley's engagement was fulfilling her sister's every notion of blissfulness. She could not have been happier, for if anyone deserved such contentment, it was her eldest sister. Jane, who was all that was good, and who possessed the temperament of an angel, was a great source of pride for Elizabeth. She counted upon Jane's righteousness as devoutly as she depended upon the sun rising each day. Nearly every morning since they arrived in Kent, Mr. Darcy and Elizabeth had the uncanny knack of meeting in her favourite lane. That particular day, instead of being again surprised by Mr. Darcy, she saw on looking up that Colonel Fitzwilliam was meeting her. Immediately putting her letter away and bestowing a warm smile, she said, "I did not know before that you ever walked this way." "I have been making the tour of the park. I intend to close it with a call at the parsonage. Are you going much farther?" "No, I should have turned in a moment." Accordingly, she did turn, and they walked towards the parsonage together. "Darcy informed me that you are not planning to return to town with us. I was quite saddened to hear that." "Indeed. My plans have always called for a longer stay, and I dare not disappoint my dear friend Charlotte by cutting our visit short. Even though, owing to her foolish husband, I would like nothing more than to leave earlier than I had planned. I suspect you shall leave Kent very soon, taking with you my last best hope of escaping my father's scheme." "Yes, if Darcy does not put it off. I suspect he might, based upon something he said in passing. I, however, am at his disposal. He arranges the business just as he pleases." "And if not able to please himself in the arrangement, he has at least pleasure in the great power of choice. I do not know anybody who seems more to enjoy the power of doing what he likes than Mr. Darcy."
said Elizabeth. "He likes to have his own way very well, but who among us does not? It is only that he has better means of having it than many others. He is rich, and many others are poor. I speak from experience. A younger son, you know, must be inured to self-denial and dependence."
In my opinion, the younger son of an earl can know very little of either. Now, seriously, what have you ever known of self-denial and dependence? When have you been prevented by want of money from going wherever you choose or procuring anything you had a fancy for?
These are home questions, and perhaps I cannot say I have experienced many hardships of that nature. But in matters of greater weight, I may suffer from want of money. Younger sons cannot marry where they like.
Smiling, Elizabeth remarked, "Unless where they like women of fortune, where I think they very often do."
Our habits of expense make us too dependent, and there are not many in my rank of life who can afford to marry without some attention to money.
Does he mean his declaration for my benefit?
Having been caught completely unprepared for his avowal, even a bit disappointed, she immediately considered his words in a light conducive to her resolve to have as little to do with Lady Catherine as possible.
Were the Colonel to fancy me, I might forever be forced to endure the officious aristocrat with regularity.
She did not intend to regret him. Elizabeth's spirits rose to playfulness.
"And pray, what is the usual price of an earl's younger son? Unless the elder brother is very sickly, I suppose you would not ask above £50,000.
He answered her in the same style, and the subject dropped. Elizabeth did not mean for him to mistake her silence as a sign of her disappointed hopes, for she was anything but dismayed by now, such was the strength of her distaste for Lady Catherine. However, she did like the Colonel, and was satisfied they should always be amicable towards each other. Endeavouring to enjoy a bit of levity, she said,
"I imagine your cousin brought you down with him chiefly for the sake of having someone at his disposal. I wonder he does not marry to secure a lasting convenience of that kind."
"Were Darcy inclined to marry, the woman of his choice would be most fortunate. However, I do not know that he ever intends to marry, at least not any time soon, and certainly not to any of the young women of his acquaintance whom I have had the privilege of meeting."
"Then he does not mean to marry his cousin, Miss de Bourgh?"
The Colonel chuckled. "I suppose you have been listening to my aunt. I know of no one else who postulates such a ridiculous notion. Surely Darcy does not. When he marries, he will no doubt choose his bride from the highest circles, but it certainly will not be Anne." A man of Mr. Darcy's temperament and wealth in want of a wife of great fortune. This knowledge came as no surprise to her. She had supposed it to be Anne largely on Mr. Wickham's testimony. How could he have been mistaken?
"What does it matter? Mr. Darcy's name has never graced my list, and for good reason."
She had removed Mr. Wickham's name from her list soon after her arrival in Kent, when she had been informed by Charlotte that the gentleman had shown a preference for a young woman in Hertfordshire, a Miss Mary King, almost immediately after she received an inheritance of £10,000. Now she was compelled to remove the Colonel's name as well, leaving one choice, Mr. Justin Caseman. An uninterrupted silence ensued between Elizabeth and her walking companion. It was just as well, for Elizabeth had much to consider.
"I am mere weeks from returning to Longbourn with no prospects other than the gentleman whom my parents have ordained as my future husband. What am I going to do?"
Chapter 12. The Last Man in the World. Elizabeth now expected to encounter Mr. Darcy in the lanes. As had always been the case, he often was content to walk in silence. During those instances when he did speak, she had learned to ignore his cryptic talk of Rosings and future visits and the like. As long as she maintained a respectable distance from him and held fast to her conviction not to look into his eyes, walking with him was almost like being alone. To be able to enjoy such splendour as afforded by the beautiful lanes of Rosings without having to suffer the absurdity of its owner was something. Mr. Collins meant to change all that with the announcement of an invitation to dine at Rosings Park. The few times she had been in her ladyship's company had proved to be just as tiresome as that initial introduction. Elizabeth's determination that she would not go to dinner that evening was only matched by her cousin's determination that she would. After 10 minutes of heated debate on the matter, the proud man turned to his wife. "I blame you for this misfortune." Charlotte coloured. She said nothing. Arguing with her husband was something she had learned not to do. He stalked over to the part of the room where Elizabeth sat. "I knew it was a mistake to invite you here. Lady Catherine was not at all pleased by your insolence during your initial meeting, just as I foretold, nor have you proved yourself worthy of her regard since then. Nonetheless, she deigned to invite you to Rosings yet again, and you stand here in my home and refuse to follow my dictates to honour my noble patroness's benevolence." "Mr. Collins, Eliza is unwell," Charlotte pleaded. "She complains of a headache." "That is utter nonsense, Mrs. Collins. How many times have you complained of headaches since we were married? When has a headache ever prevented you from doing your duty as a good wife?" He glared at his cousin. "Miss Elizabeth, I insist you head to your room this minute and prepare for the evening. Never have Mrs. Collins and I ignored my noble patroness's summons. As long as you are a guest in my home and subject to my authority, you will abide by my edicts. Now run along and be quick about it."
Who does he think he is speaking to? Oh, what was I thinking in accepting Charlotte's invitation? I could not tolerate my ridiculous cousin in Hertfordshire. What made me suppose I could countenance him in his own home? While it is true that as a guest in your home I ought to abide by your directives, Mr. Collins, I am not in the habit of subjugating my own opinions to the dictates of those whose sentiments are so adamantly opposed to my own.
He was about to speak, but Elizabeth was not done. She held up her hand.
"After some thought, I have decided it is best to end this arrangement as soon as can be. I shall therefore write to my father and request the necessary preparations be made for my return to Hertfordshire."
"Eliza, please reconsider."
"Quiet, Mrs. Collins. For once, I can say my cousin and I are wholeheartedly in agreement."
He looked at Elizabeth with disgust.
"Come, Mrs. Collins, we shall leave this instant, else we might keep her ladyship waiting."
He marched out the door, but Charlotte stood still. Her face bore a weary expression.
"Mrs. Collins!"
Elizabeth went to Charlotte's side and placed her hand on her friend's arm. "Charlotte, we shall have an opportunity to speak in the morning. You must not fret over me and risk increasing his ire. I shall be perfectly well here on my own this evening."
"Truly, Eliza?"
"Indeed." The two friends embraced.
Poor Charlotte! Her lot in life is worse than I ever supposed.
Later that evening, the sound of the doorbell roused Elizabeth. Her spirits fluttered a little when she supposed Colonel Fitzwilliam, who had called late in the evening once before, had come to enquire after her. However, the idea was soon banished, and her spirits were affected very differently when Mr. Darcy strode into the room. He rushed to Elizabeth's side as soon as the servant shuffled out of the room and closed the door. He sat directly beside her and behaved as though he might take her hand in his. "I came to see you because Mrs. Collins said you were unwell." A puzzling tingle waltzed across her shoulder and down her back. Elizabeth immediately moved to a chair across the room, sat and folded her hands in her lap. "I am sorry I gave you cause for concern, sir. You need not have come, for I should hate to think I am keeping you away from your relatives." Darcy stood, walked over to the mantelpiece, and leaned against it. "I am here out of concern for your well-being, You were perfectly well when last I saw you this morning. At least, I supposed you were. Has something happened since then? Did I say or do anything to cause you distress?
No, Mr. Darcy. I scarcely listen to a word you say.
Are you certain?
I am fairly certain you have little to say of any consequence. Yes, Mr. Darcy, I am certain.
You would tell me were that the case, would you not?
One only needs speak to Mr. Collins and apparently Lady Catherine to know I have no compunction against speaking my mind. Yes, Mr. Darcy.
I ask because I value your honesty. I insist there must be no secrets between us.
Secrets between us? There he goes again, speaking in riddles.
Elizabeth said nothing. Pardon my saying this, but as you do not look unwell, I can only suppose you are purposely avoiding Lady Catherine.
Elizabeth drew a sharp breath. Let us suppose you are correct, Mr. Darcy. Am I wrong to do so? I see no reason to purposely subject myself to her meddling and condescension. I am not my cousin.
Actually, Miss Elizabeth, I wanted you to dine with us this evening. I had planned a special surprise for you.
Mr. Darcy, your aunt is insulting. She purposely gives offence.
Darcy interrupted. I assure you she is no worse than many of the other grand dames of society. How shall you ever expect to conduct yourself in my world when you refuse to make allowances for my aunt?
Conduct myself in your world? I beg your pardon, Mr. Darcy.
Darcy looked as if he wanted to retract his words. He did not. His voice determined, he said, Miss Elizabeth, in vain I have struggled. It will not do. You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire you. He swallowed hard. Believe me, falling in love with you is the last thing in the world I ever wished for myself. Elizabeth twisted her lips, which he must have interpreted as genuine concern. Do not misunderstand me. My objections to loving you have nothing at all to do with you, but rather your family. All this I have determined I would put aside, for I have decided that once we are married, you need not ever associate with those people again. Elizabeth's eyes widened. This he must have considered sufficient encouragement to argue the merits of his case. Elizabeth, think about it. It will be impossible for you to assume your life as Mrs. Darcy and maintain your ties to those people. Your mother, your 3 younger sisters, and your father, I suspect, are ill qualified to recommend themselves amongst my circle. However, you will be expected to associate with the highest levels of society, and what better time to hone your skills than with Lady Catherine over the next week or so? Admittedly, she is at times meddling and condescending, but I assure you, she means you no harm. Elizabeth had heard quite enough. She cleared her throat.
Mr. Darcy, I suppose you think you have bestowed on me some manner of compliment, although I fail to discern what it is.
I love you, most ardently. I am offering you my hand in marriage. Elizabeth's heart, her lungs, her throat, all constricted. She coloured, she stared, she said nothing. Miss Elizabeth. Any semblance of cordiality she had once suffered for this man had been extinguished by the manner of his declaration.
Mr. Darcy, in such cases as this, it is, I believe, the established mode to express a sense of obligation for the sentiments avowed, however unequally they may be returned.
Are you rejecting me?
I am, sir.
This is not to be borne.
Sir, there may have been a time when I would have expressed a sense of gratitude, but only for the briefest of moments. Truth be told, I once looked forward to meeting you. I thought surely the accounts from all who had the misfortune of making your acquaintance whilst in Hertfordshire were untrue. How could anyone who is revered as a landlord, a master, a friend, and a brother engender such disdain from strangers? Even Mr. Wickham's words I refused to sway me completely.
Wickham!
Yes,
He told me that the reports against your character had not been exaggerated. He further described your dear aunt's manner as dictatorial and insolent, her temperament as haughty and scornful. What is more, he said you are just like her. His words have proved truer than I dared ever suppose. You are your aunt's nephew in every possible way.
Elizabeth embarked upon a lengthy discourse, indicting Darcy for his many offences against Mr. Wickham, and his ill opinion of her family. Shaking his head, he looked at her with an expression of mingled incredulity and mortification. Elizabeth was not done taking him to task. All the conflicting emotions incited in her over the past weeks erupted to his detriment.
Your arrogance, your conceit, and your selfish disdain for the feelings of others are consistent with everything I had heard long before I had the privilege of making your haughty acquaintance. As a consequence of your callous disregard for my own sensibilities when you professed your admiration, I have firmly sketched your character. I take great pleasure in telling you that you are the last man in the world I could ever be prevailed on to marry.
Now it was Darcy who looked as though he had been punched in the stomach.
Good. It is only fitting he should suffer the pain he has inflicted upon me.
You have said quite enough, madam. I perfectly comprehend your feelings, and have now only to be ashamed of what my own have been. Standing straight and tall, he jutted his chin. Forgive me for having taken up so much of your time, and accept my best wishes for your health and happiness. With these words, he hastily left the room. The next moment, Elizabeth heard him open the front door and quit the house. Elizabeth stood at the window awaiting the carriage due to arrive to take her to Longbourn. 2 days had passed since she last saw the haughty, presumptuous Mr. Darcy. You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire you. To think she actually had listened to his oration and had stood amazed when hearing she had been such a target of his esteem. She had listened without speaking as one after another he disparaged her mother, her father, and her younger sisters. Had she put a stop to his offensive declaration, she might never have known how much he despised her family, and how much she in turn despised him. Elizabeth's heart swelled with indignation. The bits she overheard when she stood outside the door at the inn were all starting to make sense. When Mr. Darcy made mention of the family who was so despicable, the family he would never wish to align himself with, he was speaking of her family.
He was speaking of my sister and Mr. Bingley when he boasted of trying to persuade his friend against making a grave mistake. What if he had succeeded? How devastated Jane would now be. Everything Mr. Wickham said about him is true.
How could it not be, when she had levelled all of Mr. Wickham's accusations against him, and he made no attempt whatsoever to deny a word of it? Standing there, gazing outside, Elizabeth was not of a mind to regret any of the words she had spoken to Mr. Darcy, despite the hurt that was so evidenced on his face pursuant to her rejection.
Even if he were guilty of none of these things, how could I possibly have said yes to a man who cares so little for my loved ones? They are my family, the people I care most about in the world. I could no sooner give them up than I could give up the air I breathe.
His poorly chosen words meant to sway her, echoed in her ears.
It will be impossible for you to assume your life as Mrs. Darcy and maintain your ties to those people.
Elizabeth stood away from the window when she espied a gentleman walking up the lane towards the gate. It was not Mr. Darcy, but rather it was the Colonel. What could be his purpose? As much as she had admired him upon first making his acquaintance, she had learned to think less of him since their encounter in the lane. His own avowed habits of taste, which demanded he marry a woman of substantial fortune, had been enough to have his name scratched from her list. Still, He was noble, and everything a gentleman ought to be. Perhaps he had heard of her pending departure, and he only meant to say goodbye. Just because she suspected the worst in everything that Mr. Darcy did and said, there was no need to assign such foul motives to his cousin. The Colonel had hardly taken his seat before he launched into a full assault in his cousin's defence. The nature of his defence was rather uncertain to Elizabeth.
"Did Mr. Darcy tell you all the particulars of our disagreement?"
"No. He only confided that you hold George Wickham in some esteem."
"How might anyone who knows of his plight help feeling sorry for him?"
"If you truly knew what that gentleman was about, I wager you would not be such a staunch supporter."
"Please, sir, I have heard enough about the purported deficiency in Mr. Wickham's character from both your aunt and your cousin to know he is fairly deplored by your family."
"There is a reason neither Darcy nor I can abide him that I believe you ought to know. Perhaps it will help you to see Darcy and Wickham in the light they both deserve."
The Colonel urged Elizabeth to have a seat.
"You already know that Darcy and I are Georgiana's guardians. Darcy had to come to her rescue when George Wickham followed her to Ramsgate and pledged violent love to her. The reason Georgiana does not speak ill of him is because she blames herself. She does not know his true character, that he only wanted to control her fortune of £30,000, that he would have done anything to spite her brother. Neither Darcy nor I told her the true reason for Wickham's defection. It was enough that he fled town. We did not want her thinking less of herself for falling for a man who meant her such harm."
"Perhaps had Mr. Darcy honoured his father's wish and gave Mr. Wickham the living he ought to have, he would not have resorted to such desperate measures."
"I am afraid you have been woefully misled on that score, for Wickham came to Darcy even before the Ramsgate affair, with demands of his own. He did not desire the living. He demanded £3,000 in lieu of the living, a demand to which Darcy acceded, for he knew Wickham was not fit for the clergy."
"I posit it is merely Mr. Wickham's word against Mr. Darcy's. I would expect you to side with your cousin."
"I have seen proof of Darcy's allegations in the form of a letter in Wickham's own hand. The man is a fool to spread his lies about Darcy to anyone who would hear, but then again, he knows Darcy would not expose him. It would be beneath my cousin to give credence to the man in any such fashion."
Elizabeth did not know what to think or how to feel. The carriage's arrival could not have been better timed. Elizabeth desperately needed a chance to consider all that she had heard. Mr. Darcy is good, and Mr. Wickham is so very bad. She connected her friend Georgiana's account of her painful past with an unnamed lover with the Colonel's words. "Mr. Wickham was the scoundrel who broke my friend's heart and taught her not to trust and not to believe in love. How could I have been so mistaken about his character? Do I even know myself?" Moments later, Elizabeth stood outside the parsonage gate with her intimate friend Charlotte before boarding the carriage. "Dear Eliza, it has been such a pleasure having you here." "Charlotte, I do not suppose my cousin shares your sentiments. I fear my presence may have exacerbated or given rise to matters best left undisturbed." "Whatever do you mean? Certainly you do not refer to his manner of speaking to me." "I would be lying if I denied that I find his manners officious and dogmatic." "Why, Eliza, you could not have chosen two better words to describe the greater percentage of the male populace." Elizabeth could not deny the veracity of her friend's claim, but she certainly would not submit to its acceptability as regarded her own sensibilities. She did not walk in her friend's shoes. "Charlotte, as long as you are contented in your situation, I have no right to judge." "Truly it is all I ever asked of you. I am quite contented.
It is so nice to be mistress of my own home. Although it might not seem like very much now, I trust my situation will not always be this way."
Elizabeth drew her head back and regarded her friend in dismay. "Pray do not allow my mamma to hear you speak this way."
"Oh, forgive me, Eliza. I did not mean to sound insensitive as regards the entail."
Having taken no offence, Elizabeth said, "No, I understand. Truly I do. It is not your doing. You have every right to anticipate your becoming Longbourn's mistress some day." Charlotte smiled meekly.
"As for the other aspects of my life, I never suffered any misapprehensions of what my future held. It is for that reason I have learned to do a great deal of seeing and hearing those things that give me pleasure, and disregarding those things that do not."
Elizabeth placed her hands on Charlotte's. "It seems you have adopted a very wise philosophy." She embraced her. "Thank you for your hospitality. While I do not suppose I shall ever visit you again here in Hunsford, owing to my cousin's censure and her ladyship's stern disapprobation, I can certainly say I am forever altered by having been here."
"Why do I suspect your alteration has more to do with the company you were keeping even before you arrived in Hunsford?"
Elizabeth looked over to where Mr. Collins and the Colonel stood. They were industriously overseeing the carriage's imminent departure. The latter signalled the time had come for Elizabeth to take her leave. "Oh, Charlotte, it has everything to do with the two gentlemen who accompanied me here." Chapter 13. Longbourn's Shame. Elizabeth had the presence of mind to toss her list into the fire before heading to her awaiting carriage in Hunsford. She set off for Hertfordshire prepared to accept her destiny, that of the spinster, so certain was she that nothing would persuade her to accept her father's suitor, not after the complete shambles she had made of her life pursuant to her rejection of Mr. Darcy's hand. Elizabeth would not regret her decision. How could she? Given a choice between Mr. Darcy, with all his wealth and connections and privilege, or the joy of forever remaining in the bosom of her family, her preference was clear. Things were calm and quiet in the Longbourn household upon Elizabeth's arrival. The only disturbance at all occurred those first days when it was decided that Lydia was to travel to Brighton with Colonel Forster, his wife, and the militia. But soon after she left, a sense of normalcy returned. Jane was blissful, and Mrs. Bennet was busy planning a grand wedding. Elizabeth and Jane had happily agreed that the former no longer needed to contemplate their father's prearranged marital scheme, for there would only be one wedding, Jane's to Mr. Bingley. An early morning visit from Colonel Forster turned the Bennets' world upside down. After what seemed an eternity of marching in concert outside Mr. Bennet's library while he received the Colonel, the ladies proceeded to the parlour, where they were certain to catch sight of the gentleman upon his leave-taking. Mrs. Bennet wailed,
"Oh, whatever has brought the Colonel here at this hour all the way from Brighton cannot be good. I fear something dreadful has befallen my Lydia. Something dreadful."
Elizabeth knelt on the floor in front of the sofa where her mother laid prostrate with grief. "Mamma, we must not expect the worst. Soon Papa shall tell us what has happened." Elizabeth pretended to be calmer than she actually was. She had warned her father not to allow Lydia to travel to Brighton, thinking a young girl of Lydia's wild temperament and young age surrounded by soldiers was a recipe for disaster. "I pray Lydia has come to no harm." When the library door flew open, the Colonel headed straight for the front door. Moments later, a very weary, forlorn Mr. Bennet emerged from the room. He looked as if he bore the weight of the world on his shoulder. Elizabeth stood back as her sisters Kitty and Mary raced to his side.
"Oh, Papa, pray all is well with Lydia."
"I fear the news from Brighton is grave. Grave indeed. Lydia has run away."
"Run away?"
Startled voices rang out in concert.
She has left the Fosters' protection. She has thrown herself into Mr. Wickham's power.
Mrs. Bennet gasped.
Oh, how could the Colonel have allowed this to happen?
Her head lowered, young Kitty slowly edged away from the others. Elizabeth noticed this and followed her sister.
Kitty, what do you know about Lydia's disappearance?
Oh, Lizzie, I feel this is my fault. Lydia wrote to me that she and Wickham were to be married, but it was supposed to be a great secret. I was to say nothing until she had written to Mamma and Papa.
Mr. Bennet must have overheard his daughter.
I can assure you, Wickham has no intention of marrying Lydia. Not if the reports from Colonel Foster's men are to be believed.
Clutching her handkerchief, Mrs. Bennet pressed her hand to her forehead.
Oh, Mr. Bennet, you must hunt them down and make him marry her. Oh, my dear, dear Lydia.
The aggrieved patriarch clasped his hands behind his back and stared into open space.
I know what must be done.
Days later, Elizabeth fretted over her eldest sister.
Jane should have returned hours ago. Wherever can she be?
Worried, Elizabeth donned her light cloak and headed outside. She saw Jane sitting idly in the garden, alone.
Jane, I supposed you were at Netherfield. Have you been sitting here long? I have just left Netherfield. I fear for the last time.
Whatever do you mean? Are you not to be mistress of the grand estate? Lowering her eyes, Jane sighed.
Miss Bingley was there.
What on earth is she doing at Netherfield? I thought she was in town enjoying the season.
So did I,
Jane said hopelessly.
I suspect she came solely for the purpose of saving her brother from a disadvantageous alliance. She made it abundantly clear that she was no stranger to Lydia's situation.
Elizabeth raised her hands to her mouth. Heavens! How did news of Lydia's exploits reach town already? Oh, if Mr. Darcy has learned any of this, surely he must be congratulating himself on having avoided such an alliance.
I do not know. Oh, Lizzie, Miss Bingley was dreadful, and she refused to allow me to see her brother until she had spoken to me in private.
Jane brushed a tear from her cheek.
It seems the news of Lydia's disgrace is widely known in the community. Miss Bingley accused our family of such wicked things. She told me that if I cared anything at all for her brother, I would release him from our engagement.
I suppose Mr. Bingley has something to say in the matter?
Actually, he does not. Everything his sister said is true. An alliance with our family would be devastating for Mr. Bingley. I cannot allow our family's shame to ruin his family. It would not be fair to him or his sisters. This is the reason I shall never see Netherfield again. At least, not as its mistress. I ended the engagement. I had no other choice.
Elizabeth reached out and placed her hand on her sister's shoulder.
Oh, Jane! Lizzie, it is so heartbreaking to know Mr. Bingley's sister was never in favour of her brother's acquaintance with me, which I cannot wonder at, since he might have chosen so much more advantageously in many respects.
Jane burst into tears.
Jane, I am dreadfully sorry.
She would not stop crying, giving Elizabeth to know the situation was far graver than Jane admitted. What are you not telling me?
Oh, Lizzie, Mr. Bingley and I anticipated our vows, and it is entirely my fault.
Elizabeth swallowed her disappointment over what she heard.
Jane, how can you say such a thing? Even with my limited experience, I am certain it is the man who is the ultimate decider in such matters.
I would tend to agree if I did not know better. It started out rather innocently, I suppose. The Hursts and Miss Bingley had returned to town, and I found myself alone with Mr. Bingley. He offered me a tour of the upstairs."
"Why would you need a tour of the upstairs? You were confined to that part of the house for days."
"Indeed, but Mr. Bingley insisted I had not seen it as the future mistress. Oh, Lizzie, I hesitate to recount every detail. Suffice it to say that the feelings engendered by our initial touches were such that I longed to explore. Once we made a start, I insisted we let nature take its course."
Elizabeth bit her lower lip. Could the feelings of which Jane speaks so wistfully be akin to the dizzying emotions evoked the first time I found myself in Mr. Darcy's arms, or the second, or the third? If that is the case, I might well understand how she allowed passion to overwhelm her sensibility. She loves Mr. Bingley, and I do not even like Mr. Darcy.
"Jane, I suppose a single instance could not allow for any unintended consequences. That was my thinking as well. Were it only one time, I would say that was true. Alas, there were other times. My dearest Jane, in light of what you have said, how could you possibly have released Mr. Bingley from the engagement? Your actions are wholly incongruent with prudence and sound reasoning. Lizzie, when I went to see him today, I assure you I did not go with the intention of breaking the engagement. How could I have known Miss Bingley would be there?"
Does she know what you and her brother have done?
"That I cannot say. However, her reasons that I should break the engagement all centred on the scandal our family is embroiled in, pursuant to Lydia's shameful behaviour. Can you not see, Lizzie? My actions are no better than Lydia's. If it were discovered that Mr. Bingley and I had anticipated our vows, would the shame be any less?"
Yes, Jane and Mr. Bingley have been reckless, but their actions were fueled by love. The catalyst for Lydia and Mr. Wickham's actions was anything but love. Be it lust, wickedness, depravity, it was anything but love. She took her sister's hand. "Your behaviour is not to be compared with Lydia's. You and Mr. Bingley were to be married in a month. Lydia, heaven knows what is to be her fate."
"Miss Bingley would disagree with you."
"What does it matter what Miss Bingley thinks?"
"Let me be clear. I do not agree with you. That is why I released Mr. Bingley from the engagement."
Elizabeth took Jane's hand.
"Jane, I am struggling to understand why you would do such a thing, especially now, when there is all this uncertainty and so much at stake. Can you not see that it is the very reason I acted as I did? What Mr. Bingley and I did was foolish, but I accept more of the blame. For you see, he was reluctant. It was I who insisted, and now, pursuant to the disgrace that Lydia's actions has brought to our family, I can only be all the more ashamed of my own. Jane, I sincerely hope that this is resolved in a manner that finds you and Mr. Bingley reunited, for the alternative is unthinkable." "I have already given this matter a great deal of consideration. If there are unintended consequences as a result of what I have done, then I shall know how to act."
"Will you go to Mr. Bingley?"
"No. To do so would make the shame of what I have done only worse, I fear."
"Then what would you do?"
"As much as I would not wish to leave our family, I see there would be no other choice. I will not bring further disgrace upon my father's home by giving birth to a child out of wedlock."
Jane's decree struck a chord of panic in Elizabeth's heart. The sisters embraced.
"Oh, Jane, my dearest, sweetest Jane, when did things go so wrong?"
Chapter 14. Time and Consideration. By the time Mr. Bennet recollected that Mr. Justin Caseman's long-anticipated visit was imminent, it had been too late to dispatch a missive to postpone the gentleman's travels. Before leaving for London, Mr. Bennet had but a few words of counsel for his second eldest daughter.
"My dear Lizzie, You must conceal the unhappy truth as long as possible, for I see no reason that this travesty with Lydia should affect your prospects for marriage, especially if it can be prevented should we discover her in time. None of this might even be made known to the young man. With everything else falling apart, Elizabeth did not have the heart to tell her father she had no intention of going through with his scheme. Surely he did not deserve such an added burden. Days later, Kitty raced downstairs.
"Mamma! Someone is coming! A gentleman! I saw him from the dressing-room window. He is riding towards the house."
Her mother had the presence of mind to caution Elizabeth to do everything in her power to keep the news of Lydia's actions from their guest for as long as can be. How could she possibly consider it? Avoiding telling him the truth was tantamount to entrapment. Elizabeth would not be a party to her mother's scheme. Heading up the stairs, Mrs. Bennet turned and cautioned her daughter.
"You may have no desire to marry the gentleman, but you must think of your other two sisters. It is as important as ever that at least one of the girls stands a decent chance for marriage."
She fanned herself with her crumpled handkerchief as she continued on her way.
"Oh, if only I had insisted that Mr. Bingley and Jane were married by special licence! Oh, surely word of Lydia's elopement is the cause of Mr. Bingley's defection."
Mrs. Bennet carried on in that fashion, lamenting her lapse and poor Lydia's travails, until she reached her room. Now all alone, Elizabeth was tasked with the burden of receiving the guest. As soon as he was shown into the drawing-room, she stood to greet him. Once initial awkward pleasantries were exchanged, Elizabeth said,
"I am afraid, sir, I am making your acquaintance under the direst of circumstances. My papa is not here to receive you properly, and there is a good reason for his absence."
"Miss Elizabeth, if I may be frank, I had hoped to speak to Mr. Bennet before making your acquaintance. I have heard the most disquieting rumours about the Bennet family since arriving here in Meryton."
"Sir, I understand your desire to speak with my father. However, he is in town."
The tall, lanky man with thinning hair and clothes that had little choice but to hang loosely from his body said, "Yes, I understand the purpose of his trip is rather extraordinary."
"My father hates London, so you are very correct in surmising his being there is extraordinary."
"Miss Elizabeth, I see no reason to be coy, especially in view of the gravity of this matter. The point is that an alliance with the Bennet family is most disadvantageous. The recent actions of your—"
He combed his fingers through his hair.
"If what is being rumoured about your youngest sister is true, an alliance with the Bennets would be detrimental to any decent family. I have a younger sister who is at an age where her acquaintances are increasing. I can no more injure her prospects than I can tarnish my own name, sully my family's good name."
Elizabeth's voice filled with impatient indignation. "What are you saying, sir?"
"I would much rather defer this conversation until I can speak with Mr. Bennet."
"Sir, my father is not here, and my mother is incapacitated. I am afraid that you have no choice other than to speak with me."
"Miss Elizabeth, in all due respect—"
"Mr. Casement, what is it that you are trying so desperately not to say?"
His expression pained, he said, "I cannot honour our father's wish for an alliance between our two families."
In the midst of all her troubles, Elizabeth's heart leapt with joy. At least that was something positive that came from the debacle her family found itself in. "Of course, my father and mother will be devastated. They have been counting on this alliance." Elizabeth's demeanour was such that anyone who witnessed her ill ease could not help but mistake it for heartbreak and shattered hopes.
"Miss Elizabeth, I am sorry if what I have said is a cause for pain, especially at a time when your family is already plagued with disappointment. But I know not what to say."
"Sir, you must not suffer such distress over a decision to do what is in your own best interest."
"Then you understand." I understand. The gentleman moved to sit next to her. Miss Elizabeth, you cannot possibly know how much I wish I had arrived here to find a different state of affairs. Meeting you and talking with you, I cannot help but consider that an alliance between us would have been something. Pray you bear me no ill will. Ill will? I just met you, sir. The sooner you take your leave, the sooner I can dwell on matters worthy of my time and consideration. Sir, as I have said, I understand your motives perfectly. If you will, please accept my apologies for the time and expense you incurred in your journey to Hertfordshire, when it turned out for naught. Further, I wish you Godspeed on your return to your home in Lincolnshire. Elizabeth had never been so glad to see a person take his leave as she was to see Mr. Casement head off with his tail tucked between his legs. Good riddance! Darcy sat in his study, perusing his paperwork, when Bingley entered the room. "What on earth are you doing here, Bingley? I had supposed you would be in Hertfordshire, basking in the lovely Miss Bennet's smiles." Bingley threw himself down in the chair and slouched in his seat. Darcy arched his brow. "Why do I feel this is not simply a social call?" "Darcy, the worst possible thing has happened." Bingley swept his long fingers through his hair. "I have nowhere else to turn." "Pray, you are exaggerating, but I will do whatever you wish to the extent it is within my power." Darcy placed his paperwork aside and gave Bingley his full attention. "What has happened?" "Jane and I anticipated our vows." Darcy tapped his fingers on his desk. "I can imagine far greater travesties." "You two were engaged. Engaged couples are known to do that sort of thing." "Under normal circumstances, I would agree. However, there is a problem." "What is it, man?" "Jane has broken off the engagement. We will not be married." "What is this strange aversion to marriage inherent in the Bennet daughters? Does Mrs. Bennet know she and her daughters are at cross purposes?" "I beg your pardon?" Darcy frowned. Did I utter out loud? "You were saying you will not be married." "Jane feels that in ending our engagement, she is protecting me from scandal." Darcy swallowed hard. "Scandal?" "Yes. Do you recall the youngest Bennet sister?" "Hardly." How could I possibly have asked Elizabeth for her hand in marriage, knowing as little as I do about her family, assuming the worst without bothering to know more? "Miss Lydia is the youngest. I fear she has brought shame and disgrace to the Bennets such that no decent family would ever wish to be attached to them." "What has she done?" "She has run off. She has thrown herself into Mr. Wickham's power." Darcy felt the colour rise in his face. "At first, it was thought that the two would go to Gretna Green. As unfortunate as that would have been for a young lady of Miss Lydia's sensibilities, it would have been better than the alternative, which, alas, proved to be the case, for they did not go to Scotland. It was later disclosed that George Wickham confided in his friend Mr. Denny that he never intended to go there or to marry Miss Lydia at all." Darcy sucked in a sharp breath. Surely Elizabeth is devastated by this turn of events. "This is grave indeed. My heart goes out to the Bennet family, but what has any of this to do with your engagement?" "After what we have done, what I have done, society demands that I marry her. I love her. I want nothing more than to marry her, and yet she will not have me. I remained in Hertfordshire, hoping to persuade my Jane to see me. Alas, she would not. However, I was made aware of another unfortunate turn of events pursuant to Miss Lydia's foolhardiness." Pray, this has nothing to do with Elizabeth. Darcy intently regarded his friend. "What else has happened?" "By all accounts, Miss Elizabeth's prospective beau, Mr. Casement, was scared away as well." Elizabeth's beau? How can this be? I had no idea. "Who is this Mr. Casement that you speak of? Have you made his acquaintance?" "He arrived soon after Miss Elizabeth returned from Kent. Everyone was sure he was going to make her an offer. If I rightly understand, the gentleman's father and her father arranged the marriage whilst the two were in their cradles. Then the scandal arose, and he quit Hertfordshire, headed quickly to wherever he came from. The Bennet family is ruined. Jane is devastated. What is worse, I feel powerless to do anything about it." Darcy ran his fingers through his hair. "Do you know what has been done to recover the youngest Bennet daughter, Miss Lydia?" "Colonel Forster and Mr. Bennet followed the trail leading to Miss Lydia's whereabouts until all avenues were exhausted. The sad truth is, Miss Lydia has no money and no connections. She has nothing to tempt Mr. Wickham to behave honourably. Even if discovered, how is such a man to be worked on?" Darcy stood from his seat and walked to the window. He stared out into the dark night, deep in meditation. Nothing is more important to Elizabeth than her family. She is the woman I love. Although she is lost to me, perhaps forever, she deserves better than this severe fate brought on by George Wickham's misdeeds. Her family deserves better than this. After much silent contemplation on the likely whereabouts of his childhood acquaintance and once friend, the degradation he might endure to recover the naive girl, and the expense, he turned to face his friend. "Fear not, Bingley. I know exactly what must be done." Chapter 15. Longbourn's Redemption. In spite of the stern disapproval voiced by their father over the disgraceful turn of events that led to his youngest daughter's marriage, and his adamant avowal that he would not receive the couple at Longbourn, Jane and Elizabeth suffered no regret in having persuaded Mr. Bennet to allow Lydia to be received in his home with her husband before they headed off to their new home in Newcastle. However, that is not to say they were sorry to see the newlyweds take their leave. 7 days, Elizabeth said, when she and Jane returned to the drawing-room after the Wickhams' carriage pulled away.
To think that Lydia suffers no remorse, no shame over what she has done. I only pray she will be happy.
I concur, but with a man of Mr. Wickham's character, I do not know how it will possibly be. As disgusted as Elizabeth was with Mrs. Wickham's shameful, unabashed, and wild comportment from the moment the untamed girl walked into her parents' home until the moment she departed, Elizabeth regarded her young sister with pity and distress. Despite knowing what she did about Wickham's true character, Elizabeth had not shared her confidences with anyone in her family. Though she had voiced her opposition to Lydia being allowed to go to Brighton, her protests had fallen on deaf ears. Elizabeth's sole consolation was born of her belief that Lydia was just as interested in Lieutenant Wickham as she was in any of the other officers.
Jane, I do not know how I could have believed a word Mr. Wickham ever said. Do you know he supposed he and I might carry on the same amicable accord, as though his despicable actions had not been the means of nearly destroying our family? How? What did he say to you?
Elizabeth tucked her legs beneath her on the sofa.
He had the audacity to refer to me not as Elizabeth or even Lizzie, but as dear sister. He said we had always been close, and now we are closer.
Her voice animated and her temper rising, she continued.
He further went on to attempt to recast all his alleged injustices suffered on account of Mr. Darcy in an entirely different light. I simply do not know how I shall abide the man when next we meet. Thank heavens Papa was steadfast in his refusal to submit to Mamma's scheme of going to Newcastle to visit the newlyweds. Hence, it will likely be 2 or 3 years before we are forced to endure our dear brother's company once more.
Jane said,
In addition, Papa is adamant that Kitty should not travel to Newcastle, so I imagine some benefit derived from this unfortunate debacle. We shall have no fear of Kitty running wild.
Elizabeth sighed.
Yes, Jane, but it comes at the expense of your marriage to Mr. Bingley, who is a good man.
whereas our poor sister shall be forever shackled to a man of Mr. Wickham's loathsome character.
Lizzie, I chose to end the engagement. Now I must live with my decision.
Jane's tone took on a measure of playfulness she could not possibly have enjoyed.
Besides, Lydia did offer to be of assistance in finding husbands for us all.
That is true, but I do not much like Lydia's way of getting husbands. Now I beg you to be serious, for is this not a grave matter regarding your future with Mr. Bingley? A fair maiden Elizabeth may have been, but Lydia's conduct had awakened her to certain truths that could no longer be denied, even if she wished it. Regardless of how Elizabeth and her eldest sister pretended Jane having anticipated her vows with Mr. Bingley did not signify, there was the matter of what would be done should the consequence of the estranged lovers' injudicious behaviour bear fruit. Jane's mood turned sombre.
Oh, Lizzie, the best I can do is pray. I know my mother and father will be disappointed should my worst fears be realised, but I see no point in dwelling on what might never be.
Not wishing to see her sister suffer when there truly was nothing to do but wait, and as Jane rightly attested, pray, Elizabeth sought to change the subject. I heard Lydia mention that Mr. Darcy was at her wedding. She did not reveal how it came to be. She said it was supposed to be a great secret, and Mr. Wickham would be angry were the truth to be found out.
I heard her say it as well. I thought Mr. Wickham and Mr. Darcy hated each other.
I know they hate each other. Whatever could have been Mr. Darcy's purposes in attending Mr. Wickham's wedding and possibly standing up for him? Elizabeth stood and walked across the room. How a person so unconnected with any of us should have been amongst the family at such a time is exceedingly puzzling. I will not rest until I uncover the truth, and I shall start by writing a letter to petition my Aunt Gardiner. With Lydia's having stayed with her during the days leading to the wedding, she will know everything. She will tell the tale, else I shall be reduced to tricks and stratagems to satisfy my curiosity. The answers she sought were not long in coming. Elizabeth, upon reading the letter from her aunt, suffered a mixture of shock, perplexity, and guilt. By my Aunt Gardiner's account, Mr. Darcy employed extraordinary measures to recover my youngest sister. Heavy financial inducements, coercion, and even worse, he had to endure the degradation of calling on that horrible woman, Mrs. Young, whose duplicity had been the means of his own sister's brush with scandal. Well on her way to memorizing the letter by now, Elizabeth spent the next several days with perplexing thoughts uppermost in her mind. First of all, why on earth did Mr. Darcy take it upon himself to come to her family's rescue? By his own testimony, he held them in low esteem. Her next thought was equally confounding. How shall I ever repay him? Chapter 16. A Heartbeat Away. Bingley raced into the breakfast room, his face all aglow. Clutching a crumpled paper, he took a seat across from Darcy. "Did you see the papers this morning?" Darcy sat his coffee cup aside. "I read the papers every morning, Bingley." "If you had seen what I am referring to, I wager you would not be this nonchalant. It said, 'Lately George Wickham, Esquire, to Miss Lydia Bennet,' without there being a syllable said of her father or the place where she lived or anything. I was not aware you held interest in such matters. Actually, I overheard my sister speaking of it in hushed tones. I was compelled to see for myself what they were discussing." Darcy said nothing. "Surely you know what this means?" "Pray enlighten me." "It means my Jane can have no reason to object to our being married." "What do you intend to do with this intelligence?" "I intend to return and reclaim what is rightfully mine, the woman I love. I intend to beg her forgiveness for allowing myself to be persuaded to abandon her side." The two friends discussed the best options for righting the situation with Bingley's angel, and soon it was decided. A trip to Hertfordshire was in order. In his excitement to quit the room, Bingley nearly collided with Georgiana, who, concerned for her brother's well-being and his decidedly gloomy demeanour since returning from Kent, was spending more and more time at Darcy House.
"I have not seen Mr. Bingley this happy since he returned from Hertfordshire. I pray he and Miss Bennet have resolved their differences and come to a new understanding."
"That may soon be the case. We can only wait and see."
"Brother, will you please tell me what has been happening? I know it must be dreadful, for I have yet to receive a letter from Elizabeth since my last correspondence, and it is not like her to allow this much time to pass before she replies."
Dearest Georgiana, I fear there is something you should know about the goings-on in Hertfordshire that has directly affected the Bennets. I have not said anything before for fear of upsetting you, but I think the time has come for you to learn what has occurred.
"I pray Elizabeth has come to no harm."
I believe Miss Elizabeth is in good health. At least I hope she is. What I am about to convey involves her youngest sister. Darcy asked Georgiana to have a seat. Miss Elizabeth's youngest sister is married to George Wickham.
Georgiana gasped. "Elizabeth said nothing of her sister being engaged. Do you suppose she has learnt of my past with George, and she said nothing to me about the engagement for fear of how I might react to the news?"
I am afraid the circumstances of the wedding are such that Miss Elizabeth would not have confided them at all. Wickham did not marry her sister out of love. He had no choice but to marry after he persuaded the young girl to run off with him.
Georgiana coloured. "Do you mean to say they eloped?"
To her credit, the youngest Bennet daughter truly supposed they were eloping, but Wickham never truly had any intentions of ever marrying her. She had no fortune, no connections, nothing to tempt him, save her... Darcy stood and walked to the window. The two of them were found in a disreputable part of London, living together as would a man and his wife, out of wedlock. For the longest time, Georgiana said nothing, as Darcy recounted those details suitable to his sister's maidenly sensibilities. Darcy read in her expression pain, confusion. She folded her hands in her lap.
"It is no wonder Mr. Bingley ended the engagement. In light of the social consequence, had he aligned himself with a family disgraced, I suppose the shame would have been too insurmountable for a young man whose friends and status must always be increasing."
Actually, Miss Bennet ended the engagement. As you have witnessed, Bingley was quite devastated.
"By her sacrifice it is evident she loves him very much. Now that Elizabeth's youngest sister is married, I suppose it worked out for the best. Mr. Bingley seems to agree."
Georgiana raised an inquisitive brow.
"Brother, I have but one question."
"Ask me anything."
"How does this development affect your opinion of Elizabeth?"
Although Bingley had not stopped talking about the prospect of returning to Miss Bennet's side since entering the carriage, Darcy had managed successfully to hear very little of what his friend said, for he had weighty matters of his own to attend. How shall I meet Elizabeth again after our acrimonious discussion in Kent? Everything she had accused me of, my haughtiness, my selfish disdain for the feelings of others, all bore a measure of truth. Having spoken with my cousin, and having seen for herself Wickham's vile propensities, I only hope she will view me in a more favourable light as regards my mistreatment of others. As for my ridiculous demands that a life with me meant severing ties with her family, I must find a way to show her that I have learned to think better of such a harsh demand. The carriage was nearing the outskirts of town when Bingley bolted from his seat. Kneeling before Darcy, Bingley grabbed his hand. His eyes widened, his mouth agape. Darcy jerked his hand away. "What on earth are you doing?" Bingley reached for his friend's hand again, to no avail. "I mean to rehearse my speech to Jane. You know how much this means to me. After what I have done, I can hardly afford to make a mistake when I request my Jane's hand in marriage." Darcy abruptly moved to the opposite seat. For heaven's sake, Charles, when I said I would do everything in my power to see that you and your angel were reunited, this is not what I had in mind." Still on his knees, Bingley scooted to Darcy's side. "Oh, Darcy, what is the harm?" "What did you say to persuade her to accept your hand the first time?" "The first time I took her hand in mine and asked her if she would do me the honour of becoming my wife. I mean to be a bit more romantic the second time. I mean to ask her on bended knees. However, I fear I may appear desperate, and she might pity me. That would never do." Darcy blew out a resigned breath. Whatever he had said to Miss Bennet had been persuasive. Would that I might have enjoyed such success with Elizabeth. "If you insist upon rehearsing your second proposal, I am obliged to help. However, must you remain on your knees?" "I think I must," Bingley replied with lukewarm conviction. "What is more, I must hold your hand." "What if Miss Bennet refuses to allow you to hold her hand?" Bingley's countenance clouded. "I never thought of that." He sat on his backside and contemplated the matter. "I wonder if it might help if I renew my proposal to Elizabeth on bended knees, with her hand held firmly in mine. It would be a stark contrast to my first endeavour, where I stood across the room and she sat in a chair in the opposite corner. How ironic. Even then we were distances apart, and I never even realised it." Bingley stood, brushed off his breeches, and sat on the seat across from Darcy. "I am beginning to think I should forego futile attempts at romance altogether. I should simply march in the room and demand a private audience with Jane. In the eyes of God, we are already man and wife. I shall insist that we marry." "You will certainly get no argument from Mrs. Bennet." "You have a point. Oh, Darcy, prudence and decorum dictate that Jane must accept my renewed proposal. She never would have ended our engagement in the first place were it not for her youngest sister's scandal. However, I fear that in light of the way things transpired, I assume too much in thinking my Jane will accept me merely out of prudence. My defection may have taught her that I lack the steadfastness, the staunch conviction of one worthy of being her husband. How can a marriage that is not based upon respect be beneficial to either of us?" "I take great pleasure in telling you that you are the last man in the world I could ever be prevailed on to marry." Darcy rubbed his brow. He then wiped his hand over his face. Elizabeth's harsh words haunted him. That she would utter those words to him when he could offer her every worldly comfort and convenience, the manner of living that every mother in England wished for their daughters, had taught Darcy that all his pretensions amounted to nothing when it came to garnering the respect of a woman like Elizabeth. Bingley fidgeted in his seat. "On the other hand, what if she believes that I am offering to marry her out of pity, or out of guilt that after I ruined her, the chance of her finding happiness with another man is impossible? That would never do. I love Jane. I cannot live without her. Darcy, what do you think I should do?" "Speak from your heart." Later, as Bingley and he walked up the path leading to Longbourn, Darcy noticed his friend had calmed considerably in view of how anxious he had been the entire time en route to Hertfordshire. It seemed he had transferred all his anxieties and misgivings to Darcy. Whilst Bingley had wrestled over what he should say to persuade Miss Bennet to change her mind, Darcy felt like such a hypocrite after having thoroughly botched his own proposal of marriage to Elizabeth. Darcy's heartbeat raced. How will she receive me? Do I stand a chance of winning her good opinion, her heart? Dread gripped him. Bingley is returning to reclaim his lady love. What if Elizabeth sent her suitor away under the same reasoning as Jane had sent Bingley away? What if the gentleman has returned to claim what he supposes is his? What if she has accepted? Darcy's mind was a mixture of troubling suppositions and conjectures by the time they arrived at the door. There was nothing to do now but face the situation head-on. More than anything, he wanted Elizabeth. Only a wedding ring on her finger will impede my quest to capture her heart. Mr. Darcy at Longbourn? In spite of the generosity he had bestowed toward her family, Elizabeth would never have suspected such a thing. Endeavouring to see how he behaved before jumping to conclusions that might give rise to expectations, Elizabeth said as little to either of the gentlemen as civility would allow. Instead, she sat down to her work with an eagerness which it did not often command. She ventured only one glance at Mr. Darcy. He looks serious as usual, but what should I expect after our last meeting in Kent? He has never been known for his joviality and affability. Perhaps Mamma's attitude contributes to his reserve. Elizabeth sighed. As painful as is the conjecture, it is not improbable. Bingley she had likewise espied for an instant, and in that short period saw him looking both pleased and embarrassed. He was received by Mrs. Bennet with a degree of civility which made both Jane and Elizabeth ashamed, especially when contrasted with the cold and ceremonious politeness of her curtsy and address to his friend. Mamma's designs for Mr. Bingley are as blatant as her disdain for Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth particularly, who knew that her mother owed to the latter the preservation of her favourite daughter from irredeemable infamy, was hurt and distressed to a most painful degree by a distinction so ill applied. How embarrassing was the unseemly spectacle! Mr. Darcy went through such great lengths to bring about the happiness of which my mamma so proudly boasts, while treating him abominably. Rather than dwell upon the shocking display unfolding before her, Elizabeth thought of those parts of the letter from her aunt she had committed to memory. They met several times, for there was much to be discussed. Wickham, of course, wanted more than he could get, but at length was reduced to be reasonable. Everything being settled between them, Mr. Darcy's next step was to make your uncle acquainted with it, and he first called in Gracechurch Street one afternoon when I was out. Mr. Gardiner could not be seen. On further inquiry, Mr. Darcy found that your father was still with him, but would quit town the next morning. He did not judge your father to be a person whom he could so properly consult as your uncle, and therefore readily postponed seeing him till after the departure of the former. He did not leave his name, and till the next day it was only known that a gentleman had called on business. Mr. Darcy was punctual in his return, and as Lydia informed you, attended the wedding. He dined with us the next day. Will you be very angry with me, my dear Lizzie, if I take this opportunity of saying how much I like him? His behaviour to us has, in every respect, been agreeable. His understanding and opinions all please me. He wants nothing but a little more liveliness, and that if he marries prudently, his wife may teach him. I thought him very sly. He hardly ever mentioned your name, but slyness seems the fashion. The passage from her aunt's letter that kept beckoning her attention summoned once more. I always supposed Mr. Darcy held you in high regard, judging by his having accompanied his sister when she visited you here in Cheapside. I never truly realised the extent of his esteem. How different our next trip to Derbyshire shall be. Dare I hope my next visit to Pemberley finds me on intimate acquaintance with its new mistress? Now I must beg one thing of you, my dearest niece. Do not keep me in suspense. Will I soon be wishing you joy? How ironic that her aunt would presume Mr. Darcy had acted on the basis of some understanding between the two of them, when nothing could be further from the truth. She could bear it no longer. Elizabeth seeing Mr. Darcy for the first time since their argument in Kent, and the rest of the family seeing him for the first time since the Meryton assembly, must surely have been a shock to them all. No one more than Elizabeth. But while her sisters had regarded him with decency, her mother was determined to give offence. Overcome with embarrassment by her mother's behaviour, as well as shame over the memory of the last time she saw him in Kent, Elizabeth raced from the room. Soon thereafter, the sound of tentative footsteps interrupted Elizabeth's reverie. Before she even knew what she was about, he spoke. "Miss Elizabeth." Elizabeth jumped. The burden of the shame she suffered pursuant to her accusations against Mr. Darcy weighed heavily on her, and especially now that the two of them stood face to face.
"Mr. Darcy."
"Pardon me for startling you. You quitted the room so abruptly. I cannot help but consider it is my fault. Perhaps I should not have come."
"No, no. I welcome your presence. It is just my mamma. I feel I should apologize for her behavior just then."
Darcy held up his hand. "No, I should apologize to you for the appalling manner of my proposal." He took a step closer to Elizabeth. "How can I make amends?" The rustle of skirts drew their attention towards the path. Through a light cloud of dust, Elizabeth discerned her mother's approach.
"There you are, Lizzie. Mr. Bingley and Jane wish to have a walk to Oakham Mount."
Mrs. Bennet tucked her hair behind her ear and gestured to Elizabeth to walk a few feet away from the gentleman by her side.
"Elizabeth, I beg your pardon, but you simply must accompany Jane and Mr. Bingley, and I am afraid to say you must walk with Mr. Darcy. Mary and Kitty will not spare the time. As Jane's dearest sister, the burden of entertaining Mr. Bingley's friend falls to you."
Elizabeth said nothing, but her mother must have read in her silence some discomfort. Mrs. Bennet lowered her voice.
"I know how you dislike him. You know I would not ask unless it was absolutely necessary. I believe Mr. Bingley will propose to Jane again. You must allow them a bit of privacy."
When the party set out for their walk, Elizabeth could not account for the swell of emotions spiralling inside her. She and Mr. Darcy strolled side by side, but they may as well have been miles apart. There was so much she wanted to say to him. She knew enough about her walking companion to surmise she had better take the initiative.
"How does Georgiana get along? She must think very poorly of me for not having replied to her last missive."
"Georgiana is exceedingly well. She sends her regards." Elizabeth released a sigh of relief. Mr. Darcy had not allowed this incident with her sister, or her own harsh rejection of his marriage proposal, to impede Elizabeth's friendship with his sister. Perhaps there was some hope after all.
"I will attend to my lapse by writing to her as soon as I return to the house."
"I know Georgiana will enjoy nothing more than a letter from you, Miss Elizabeth." Glancing over her shoulder, Elizabeth noticed Mr. Bingley and Jane had allowed Mr. Darcy and her to outstrip them. Elizabeth had resolved she would speak with Mr. Darcy on the matter weighing heaviest on her mind. Now was the moment for her to carry out her resolution. Her courage high, she immediately said,
"Mr. Darcy, how shall I thank you for your extraordinary kindness to my poor sister Lydia? Ever since I learned of all you did on her behalf, I have been most anxious to acknowledge to you how grateful I am. Were the rest of my family aware of your benevolence, I am certain they would be equally appreciative."
Darcy clasped his hands behind his back. "I am sorry if the discovery of my involvement was disquieting. That was never my intention. I did not think Mrs. Gardiner was so little to be trusted."
"You must not blame my aunt. Lydia's thoughtlessness first betrayed that you had been concerned in the matter. I simply could not rest until I knew the particulars."
"The Gardiners are fine, upstanding people. Based upon all that I have come to know about them, I suspect your uncle would never have yielded to my assistance if he had not given me credit for another interest in the affair."
"Yes, my aunt told me as much in her letter. Let me thank you again and again, in the name of all my family, for the generous compassion which induced you to take so much trouble and bear so many mortifications for the sake of discovering my sister."
"When I learned of Wickham's misdeeds, how could I do otherwise?"
"But the degradation you suffered, the expense you incurred, and to say nothing of having to associate with the man who would be your worst enemy."
Surely you must know I did it all for you. The truth is, I believe I would do anything for you. I have long supposed that to be the case. If I may, I believe I must date the forming of that resolve to the night I first beheld you on the dance floor at the Thurstons' ball. But it would be a long time before I confessed it to anyone, including myself.
If I am to be completely honest, then I would have to confess to a long-standing and undeclared fascination for you as well. But if I told you how it came about, you might think ill of me.
Me think ill of you? I believe that is impossible, Miss Elizabeth.
Now surely you were unimpressed that I was so readily persuaded of Mr. Wickham's goodness.
You were not the first. Even my own father held Wickham in high esteem. I do not fault you in that regard. I am afraid that even in his recently acquired state of matrimony, young, unsuspecting women will find him equally appealing.
I do not envy the prospect my sister faces.
To be George Wickham's wife is indeed an unfortunate fate. But as you and I both know, your sister does not share our opinion.
No, she proclaims she is the happiest and the luckiest woman in all of England. And my sisters and I must forever call that scoundrel our brother.
Darcy's muscles tensed. Were there any other way to resolve this situation, surely I would have elected it.
My sister and my mother are delighted by the outcome. Having a daughter married at 16 is apparently something which occasions a prodigious amount of pride.
Darcy crumpled his brow and gazed at Elizabeth intently. Please, let us speak no more of George Wickham. I would much rather we talk about more satisfying topics. You are about to confess a closely guarded account of when you first admired me.
Do I have your promise to think no more of it than what it truly was?
This sounds more and more intriguing.
Do I have your promise, sir?
Of course you have my promise. Now end my suspense at once.
I have to say it was when I first visited your magnificent home. After studying your likeness for what seemed an hour, I supposed you were the handsomest man alive. But it was not until I walked about your magnificent grounds of Pemberley that I was convinced you must truly be something.
Darcy said nothing, giving Elizabeth pause.
Does he suppose I am mercenary, that I indeed had manipulated circumstances to my favour in setting about a confluence of events leading to this moment?
Elizabeth forged ahead, in spite of his silence.
Convinced as I was of your goodness, I truly looked forward to the possibility of meeting you.
Still, he remained silent, thus increasing Elizabeth's own suspense.
Mr. Darcy, it is your turn to say something.
I was just considering that you already had an idea of who I was and even what I looked like before we ever met. And still you were able to resist my charms for as long as you did.
I have been accused of professing opinions which were not always my own, merely for purposes of diversion.
Elizabeth bit her lower lip as her bout of amusement gave way to sobriety.
You will recall that you and I did not have the greatest start, not after you learned of my acquaintance with Mr. Wickham. Every indication I had of your goodness fled in response to our contentious debate, and every account I ever heard against your character was subsequently magnified. It was not until I spoke with the Colonel on my last day in Kent that I began to comprehend how little I knew myself.
I pray you will forgive me for not confiding the information on Wickham's character to you. My sister thinks so highly of you, and she supposed you would think less of her should you learn of the truth of her past with the gentleman.
I understand fully. Georgiana is truly blessed to have such a loyal brother.
I cannot help thinking I was derelict in my duties towards her by allowing her to travel to Ramsgate with someone as disreputable as her former companion proved to be. I vowed I would never allow any harm to come to her again.
It now makes perfect sense to me why you regarded me with such circumspect after I touted my acquaintance with Mr. Wickham when you and I first met. Darcy simply looked at her.
Mr. Darcy?
Forgive me, Miss Elizabeth.
Why are you apologizing to me when I am in your debt?
No, I was thinking of your declaration regarding my loyalty to my sister. It brought to mind just how loyal you are to your own sisters, to your family. You amaze me by your courage, your strength, your love of family. It is I who should be apologizing to you for the ill-considered words I spoke to you in Hunsford. I apologize for assuming you would welcome my proposal, and for compounding the offense by affirming that marriage to me meant that you subsequently would sever your ties with those you hold dearest in the world. I came to you with every expectation of a favorable reply. You showed me how insufficient were all my pretensions to please a woman worthy of being pleased. No one has ever spoken to me the way you did, and I respect you even more because of it. It is one of the things I admire most about you. Had I truly appreciated the depth of your character, I would never have committed such an outrageous offense against you. Can you ever forgive me?
After what you did for Lydia, and hence my family, thereby making it possible for Mr. Bingley and Jane to find their way back to each other, you need not ask me such a question, sir.
I hope you know that I would do anything for you, Miss Elizabeth. Should you ever be in need of anything at all, I shall forever be only a heartbeat away, willing and able to do your bidding.
How she now realized what a material change her feelings towards him had undergone. Did she dare hope? Would a man who had been refused once risk a second refusal from the same woman? Mr. Darcy, I need...
Elizabeth stopped short of voicing her most heartfelt desire aloud.
I need you to ask me again to be your wife. Please ask me again.
He moved directly in front of her, as if wanting her to have eyes only for him. What is it?
Darcy took Elizabeth by the hand. Unable to stop himself, he turned her hand over and kissed her palm affectionately.
I am in your power.
Elizabeth gasped. Her fingers trembling within his grip, tears welled in her eyes. His tender pronouncements touched every chord in her heart. Still, her words did not come.
Miss Elizabeth, as I have said, I believe I have admired you since I first beheld you at the Thurstons' ball. I am bewitched, body and soul.
He cupped her hand inside both of his.
Is there a chance in this world you can be happy with me, love me? For I have to tell you that I love you. I love you.
Releasing her hand, he traced his finger along her chin.
I cannot bear the thought of not having you.
He placed his hands on her arms and drew her a bit closer to bestow a light kiss upon her temple.
I never wish to be parted from you from this day forward. Please do me the honor of accepting my hand in marriage. Say you will be mine.
Chapter 17. Take No Leave. Mrs. Bennet, Elizabeth, Mary and Kitty were sitting together in the drawing-room when the sound of an approaching carriage suddenly drew their attention to the window. How surprised they were, for it was much too early in the morning for visitors. Besides, the equipage did not answer to that of any of their neighbours. The horses were post, and neither the carriage nor the livery of the servant who preceded it were familiar to them. All conjectures of the identity of their impending guest were satisfied when the door flew open and their visitor entered. Lady Catherine de Bourgh! Alas, Mrs. Bennet's astonishment was nothing in comparison to Elizabeth's anguish. She knew circumstances of shared acquaintances must certainly put her in Lady Catherine's way again, but she had not expected it to be so soon, and at Longbourn, of all places. Her ladyship had entered the room with an air more ungracious than usual, made no other reply to Elizabeth's salutation than a slight inclination of the head, and sat down without saying a word.
Elizabeth had mentioned the uninvited guest's name to her mother on her ladyship's entrance, though no request of introduction had been made. Flattered by having a guest of such high importance, Mrs. Bennet received her with the utmost politeness. After sitting for a moment in silence, Lady Catherine spoke rather stiffly to Elizabeth.
"I hope you are well, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. That lady, I suppose, is your mother."
"Yes, your ladyship." She aimed her walking-stick at poor Kitty.
"And that, I suppose, is one of your sisters."
"Yes, your ladyship," said Elizabeth.
What on earth is she doing here?
Delighted to speak to Lady Catherine, Mrs. Bennet readily joined the conversation.
"She is my youngest girl but one. My youngest of all is lately married, and my eldest is soon to be married as well to a charming young gentleman whose family hails from the north. You may have heard of him. His name is Mr. Bingley, Mr. Charles Bingley."
Her ladyship was taken aback.
"I know full well about your eldest daughter's plan. It is precisely that news which brings me here."
"Oh, how kind of you to have come all this way to offer your congratulations. I suppose you must have been passing through these parts and meant to extend this courtesy from having met my daughter Lizzie. May I take the liberty of asking your ladyship whether you left Mr. and Mrs. Collins well?"
"Indeed, they were perfectly well when I saw them the night before last."
Elizabeth now expected she would produce a letter for her from Charlotte, for it seemed the only probable motive for her calling, but no letter appeared. How puzzling! Mrs. Bennet, with great civility, begged her ladyship to take some refreshment, but Lady Catherine very resolutely and not very politely declined eating anything.
"Mrs. Bennet, if you and your other daughters will pardon me, I should like very much to speak with Miss Elizabeth in private."
Mrs. Bennet readily acceded to her ladyship's request, and quickly ushered all her daughters, save Elizabeth, out the door. Her ladyship stood and walked about the room, looking here and there and everywhere. Her inspection completed, she turned to Elizabeth.
"I suppose this is a decent room. However, the prospect from that window over there is nothing in comparison to the view from the parlour at Rosings."
"I do not suppose it is." Elizabeth walked closer to her guest. "Excuse me, your ladyship, but might I ask why you are here? I had rather supposed your calling here was to convey a letter from the Collinses while passing through Meryton."
"Do I look like a letter-carrier?"
How rude and shocking was her response. Elizabeth took a step back. "No, your ladyship." How could I ever have thought her nephew like her? Lady Catherine narrowed her eyes.
"You can be at no loss, young woman, to understand the reason for my journey hither. Your own heart, your own conscience, must tell you why I have come."
Elizabeth looked at the guest with unaffected astonishment. "Indeed, you are mistaken. I am completely unable to account for the honour of seeing you here, especially as you have made it clear your business did not involve the Collinses."
"You ought to know that I am not to be trifled with. You may choose to be insincere, but you shall not find me so. My character has ever been celebrated for its sincerity and frankness, and in such a moment as this, I shall certainly not depart from it."
She pursed her lips in disgust.
"A report of a most alarming nature reached me mere days ago. I was told your sister will be most advantageously married. What is more, I was told that you likely would be soon afterwards united to my nephew, Mr. Darcy. Though I know it must be a scandalous falsehood, I instantly resolved on setting off for this place to make my sentiments known to you."
Her voice filled with dismay, Elizabeth said,
"If you believed it impossible to be true, I wonder you took the trouble of coming so far."
Lady Catherine huffed.
"I came to insist upon having such a report contradicted."
"If such a report is indeed in existence, then your coming to Longbourn and confronting me will be rather a confirmation of it, will it not?"
"If!"
Her ladyship's nostrils flared.
"Do you then pretend to be ignorant of it? Has it not been industriously circulated by you?
The door of the parlour swung open, and Mrs. Bennet raced into the room.
"What is the meaning of this? Your ladyship, with all due respect, why on earth are you speaking to my daughter in this manner?"
Bestowing her disapprobation equally, she turned to her daughter.
"What is the meaning of this disturbance? Pray, Lizzie, what have you said to our esteemed guest?"
Rather than be forthcoming, this young woman dares to stand here and plead ignorance to the rumour that she is to be married to my nephew, Mr. Darcy, going so far as to deny being the chief architect of such a scandalous falsehood.
Mrs. Bennet raised her hand to her chest.
"If you will allow me to speak for my daughter, I will say categorically that she has no knowledge of such a rumour. If such a rumour does exist, it is most certainly a falsehood. Why, she can barely tolerate your nephew. Just yesterday I forced her to walk with him to Oakham Mount so Mr. Bingley and my Jane could have some privacy."
Lady Catherine disregarded Mrs. Bennet and spoke to Elizabeth.
"And can you likewise declare there is no foundation for it?"
"Lizzie, you need not feel compelled to give credence to this nonsense."
"This is not to be borne. Miss Bennet, I insist on being satisfied. Has my nephew made you an offer of marriage?"
Mrs. Bennet placed her hands on her hips in defiance.
"As I have declared, your ladyship, it is impossible. Were it not for your nephew's stewardship of his friend, I dare say he would never come within a mile of Longbourn. Do you know that when he first arrived in Hertfordshire all those months ago and condescended to attend the assembly in Meryton, he refused to dance with anyone but the ladies in his party? Mr. Bingley danced with many of the young ladies. He danced with my Jane twice. I am certain he would have danced with Lizzie too, had she been in attendance. That is just the sort of gentleman he is. But not Mr. Darcy. He fancied himself quite above his company, I do not mind saying."
Lady Catherine stiffened her neck.
"That is precisely as it ought to be. My nephew must not give consequence to those beneath his sphere, not while he retains the use of his reason. But your daughter's arts and allurements may, in a moment of infatuation, have made him forget what he owes to himself and to all his family. She may have drawn him in."
Elizabeth meant to say something in her own defence, but her mother's ire would not be repressed.
"I will have you know your nephew is the last man in the world who might garner my daughter's attentions."
Seizing a lull in the debate, Elizabeth said, "Mamma." Mrs. Bennet held up her hand.
"I shall handle this, Lizzie."
"Mrs. Bennet, do you know who I am? I have not been accustomed to such language as this spoken against my nephew. I am almost the nearest relation he has in the world. As such, I am entitled to know all his dearest concerns."
"But you are not entitled to enter my home with your ridiculous accusations as regards my daughter."
"Let me be rightly understood, madam. This match to which your daughter has the presumption to aspire can never take place. No, never. Mr. Darcy is engaged to my daughter. Now what have you to say?"
"I say your daughter is welcome to the dour man. Why, no one in Hertfordshire can stand him, and certainly not my Lizzie."
As Elizabeth fought to balance her embarrassment over her mother's proclamation with her outrage against Lady Catherine, Mr. Bennet and Mr. Darcy stormed into the room.
"What is this disturbance? I heard voices all the way down the hall."
Looking about, the perturbed patriarch said,
"Ah, we have a guest."
Open-mouthed, her ladyship cried,
"Nephew, I thought you were in London. What on earth are you doing here with these people?"
Darcy crossed his arms and glared at his aunt.
"The better question is, what are you doing here? I pray you have not made a spectacle of yourself in front of my future bride."
Mrs. Bennet grew wide-eyed. Her jaw dropped.
"Lizzie?"
Elizabeth walked over to Darcy and accepted his outstretched hand. "That is what I have been trying to tell you, Mamma. Mr. Darcy and I are engaged to be married." While Mrs. Bennet attempted to gather her thoughts, Lady Catherine objected.
This is not to be borne. Unhand my nephew, you insolent woman. Darcy, what is the meaning of this?
Darcy raised Elizabeth's hand to his lips. Miss Elizabeth has made me the happiest man in the world. Her ladyship approached her dearest nephew and stopped short of tearing Elizabeth's hand from his. Her voice broke at a measure of outrage tempered by desperation.
What of your engagement to Anne? From your infancy you have been intended for each other. It was the favourite wish of your mother as well as mine. What has become of you, nephew? Have you not heard me say you were destined for my daughter?
I have heard it repeatedly, but what is that to me? The two of you exercised the full extent of your power in conjecturing the marriage. Its completion depended on others. I am neither by honour nor inclination confined to my cousin. I have made my choice. I have asked Miss Elizabeth to be my bride, and she has agreed. You must learn to accept it.
I shall never accept it. Honour, decorum, prudence, nay, interest forbids it.
She glared at Elizabeth.
Do not expect to be noticed by his family or friends if you wilfully act against the inclinations of all. You will be censured, slighted, and despised by everyone connected with him. Your alliance will be a disgrace. Your name will never even be mentioned by any of us.
Elizabeth shrugged. These are heavy misfortunes, but the wife of Mr. Darcy must have such extraordinary sources of happiness necessarily attached to her situation that she could, upon the whole, have no cause to repine.
Obstinate, headstrong girl! I am ashamed of you. Is this your gratitude for my attentions to you in my home? Is nothing due to me on that score? Understand me, Miss Bennet. I came here with the determined resolution of carrying my purpose. I will not be dissuaded from it. I am not in the habit of brooking disappointment.
That will make your ladyship's present situation more pitiable, but it will have no effect on me.
Silence! I will not be interrupted. My daughter and my nephew are formed for each other. They are of the same sphere, descended on the maternal side from the same noble line. Their fathers are from respectable, honourable, and ancient, though untitled, families. Their fortune on both sides is splendid. Are they to be divided by the upstart pretensions of a young woman without family, connections, or fortune? Is this to be endured?
Her ladyship drew a sharp breath.
Do you not recall that I mentioned to you at Rosings, Miss Bennet, that you will be well advised not to quit the sphere in which you have been brought up? You know nothing of my nephew's world.
Elizabeth jutted her chin. In marrying your nephew, I am not quitting my sphere. He is a gentleman. I am a gentleman's daughter.
True, you are a gentleman's daughter. But what of your mother? Who are your uncles and aunts? Do not imagine I am ignorant of their condition.
Whatever my connections may be, if your nephew does not object to them, they can be nothing to you. Mr. Bennet tucked his hands behind his back and peered over his spectacles.
There you have it, your ladyship. There is to be a wedding uniting our families, and there is nothing to be done to prevent it. I beg to be importuned no longer on the subject. Not so hasty, if you please. I am by no means done. To all the objections I have already urged, I have still another to add. I am no stranger to the particulars of your youngest daughter's infamous elopement, sir. I know it all, that the young man's marrying her was a patched-up business at the expense of you and her uncles.
Darcy and Elizabeth exchanged furtive glances. He gently brushed his thumb against the back of her hand. Lady Catherine rattled on.
Is such a girl to be my nephew's sister? Is her husband, the son of a steward, to be my nephew's brother? Heaven and earth, of what are you people thinking? Are the shades of Pemberley to be thus polluted?
Mr. Bennet cleared his throat.
You have said quite enough, your ladyship. You can now have nothing further to say.
He extended his hand towards the door.
You have insulted my family in every possible way. I must beg you to leave my home. However, as we are all destined to be family, you are most welcome to return for the wedding."
Her ladyship would not be waylaid. She glared at Elizabeth.
"You are committing to a grave mistake, you foolish girl. Do you not consider that a connection with you must disgrace my nephew in the eyes of everyone of consequence?"
Elizabeth huffed. "Lady Catherine, you know my sentiments."
"You are then resolved to have him?"
"I am resolved to act in that manner which constitutes my happiness without reference to you or to any person so wholly unconnected with me."
"You refuse, then, to obey the claims of duty, of honour. You are determined to ruin him in the opinion of all his friends, and make him the contempt of the world."
"Neither duty nor honour would be violated by my marriage with Mr. Darcy. And with regard to the resentment of his family or the indignation of the world, if the former were excited by his marrying me, it would not give me one moment's concern, and the world in general would have too much sense to join in the scorn." Lady Catherine turned away from Elizabeth. Her eyes fixed pleadingly on her nephew, she cried,
"Darcy, I implore you to be reasonable. You have invited nothing but misery to your doorstep."
She cast a disparaging glance about the room.
"Look around you, nephew. These people are nothing in comparison to us. What on earth leads you to suppose you will ever be contented with a woman the likes of that one? She is impertinent, she is wilful, and I have been made aware she suffers a grave inability to curb her sharp tongue. She would be an embarrassment to us all."
Darcy said,
"There will be no more of such talk, Lady Catherine. My future is settled. Desist your tirade at once, else I shall forever consider you a stranger." "You cannot be serious. I am your closest family, your own blood."
"Miss Elizabeth and her family are my family now."
"And this is your real opinion? This is your final resolve? Very well, I shall now know how to act."
She turned her back on her nephew and scowled at Elizabeth.
"Do not imagine, Miss Bennet, that this is the end of it. I am not without influence. You Bennets shall regret the day that you crossed me."
In this manner, Lady Catherine talked on until she reached the door. Turning hastily round, she added,
"I take no leave of you and your so-called family, nephew. You deserve no such attention. I am most seriously displeased."
Some minutes passed, and Mrs. Bennet still had not formed her thoughts in a manner suitable to the ears of her future son-in-law, whom she now looked upon with approbation. Heading for the quiet sanctuary of his library, Mr. Bennet paused.
"Perhaps her ladyship will not be returning for the wedding, after all. What a shame it is, for her liveliness will surely be missed."
Now that her ladyship was gone, and had taken with her the gravity of the situation, Elizabeth could not help smiling. She was marrying a man whom she dearly esteemed. This incredible man, standing by her side, had proved his love for her by his steadfastness and his devotion, and ultimately, by his sacrifice on behalf of her family, he had demonstrated his love for her. Nothing else matters. Chapter 18. My Favourite Things. Happy for all her maternal feelings was the day on which Mrs. Bennet got rid of her two most deserving daughters. With what delighted pride she often visited Mrs. Bingley. If any of the good people of Hertfordshire bothered to notice that Jane had given birth to a healthy baby girl during her 6th month of wedded bliss, no one made mention of it. The Gardiners were amongst the guests who attended the double wedding ceremony. Elizabeth could not have been more pleased with the intimacy between her dear aunt and uncle and her groom. Neither of them could testify to anything other than his goodness, which gave Elizabeth a great deal of satisfaction, and she could hardly wait to have them come to Pemberley at Christmas. Mr. Bennet was delighted with the occasion of having two daughters well settled. With the Netherfield Library being the finest in the county, Mr. Bennet availed himself to it with alacrity. He came to know it was nothing in comparison to the library at Pemberley, however. Not satisfied with second-hand accounts, he made plans to attest to the veracity himself. As for Mary and Kitty, the former was assured of unfettered use of the library at either of the two fine estates, and the latter was satisfied with the promise of at least 1 or 2 balls a year. In her letters from Newcastle, poor Lydia often opined over the injustice that her dear Wickham should not be just as rich as her new brothers, for he was certainly the handsomest of all. Miss Bingley had yet to accept her brother's marriage to Jane with any measure of regard approaching sincerity, for while it was true that the resolution of the Mr. Wickham debacle had been enough to quiet the scandal, her brother would forever be the brother of the son of a steward. The stench of such an attachment was regarded differently where the Darcys were concerned. Though deeply mortified by Darcy's marriage, Caroline, in thinking it advisable to retain the right of visiting at Pemberley, dropped all her resentment, was fonder than ever of Georgiana, almost as attentive to Darcy as ever before, and paid off every arrear of civility to Elizabeth. Lady Catherine was extremely indignant over her nephew's marriage and the foul treatment afforded to her by the Bennets of Longbourn. She declared she would not attend the wedding, and she held fast to her conviction. Charlotte, comforted by the fact that Mr. Darcy indeed had found his way to the top of her dear friend's list, rejoiced in the match. The same could not be said of her husband. He, like his noble patroness, was abhorred. Neither could make sense of Mr. Darcy's behaviour, and they regularly consoled each other over the terrible injustice of it all. Georgiana arrived in Hertfordshire soon after learning of her brother's happy news. There she remained until the day of the much-desired occasion. In forming her acquaintance with Elizabeth, she had already learned to think of her as a sister. From the moment she saw her brother and her friend sparring that late winter morning in Cheapside, she endeavoured to make it so. Despite her promise to her brother that matchmaking was not her motive in throwing him and Miss Elizabeth in each other's path, she suffered no compunction in doing just that. After all, she never made such promises to her dear friend. Upon seeing Pemberley for the first time, Elizabeth had every intention that she might one day see it again. Fanciful notions of what it must be like to be mistress of such a place aside, never had she supposed that she might assume that role, or that the handsome young gentleman whose likeness had held her captive might one day profess his undying love and devotion to her. Yet here I sit, captive in his loving embrace, a living testament to the fact that all things are possible. Intending to relish every single moment of those last miles of their journey, Elizabeth shifted comfortably in Darcy's arms. From the carriage window, she saw and admired every remarkable spot and point of view. Their carriage gradually ascended for 1/2 a mile, and they then found themselves at the top of a considerable eminence, where the wood ceased. Her eye was instantly caught by Pemberley House, sweetly situated on the opposite side of a valley. Elizabeth was overjoyed, for this was more than a grand manor house surrounded by magnificent streams and delightful walking paths, perfectly winding amongst the finest gardens she had ever seen. This was forevermore her home. Darcy kissed her atop her head. "I have something for you." "You have given me so much already. You really do not need to keep this up." "I have every intention of showering you with precious jewels, diamonds and pearls, the likes of which you have never before beheld." "It is not necessary." Darcy tucked the box away. "If that is truly the case." "Of course, beautiful jewels are fast becoming some of my favourite things. How might I object?" "I am delighted to hear it, my love." Darcy retrieved the box, opened it, and watched her amazement. "This belonged to my grandmother. I want you to have it." Elizabeth fingered the precious family heirloom, a diamond necklace. "The Countess of Matlock?" "It belonged to my father's mother. Now it belongs to you, my dearest, loveliest wife." Once he fastened the diamonds around her neck, Elizabeth endeavoured to catch her reflection in the carriage window with little success.
"This reminds me of the first time we travelled together." Darcy kissed her on her cheek. She smiled and crinkled her nose. "It is a good thing you did not do that."
"I wanted to. I wanted to do that and more."
"Yes, I do recall you saying I had lacked the opportunity to experience certain pleasures. I did not dare ask you what you meant then, but I must insist upon an explanation now."
"How shall I describe the pleasures of which I spoke, in a manner you are now fully capable of comprehending?"
Smiling, he moistened his lips.
"Shall I liken its after effects to the intoxicating scent of our combined essence?"
Elizabeth's heartbeat raced. "Mr. Darcy, if that be the case, it is a good thing such pleasures were not to be experienced at the time, what with Mrs. Annesley and the Colonel's presence." He reclaimed her in his arms, and she nuzzled contentedly against his broad chest. He buried his face in her loosened hair.
"I shall not argue your point, especially when I consider the prospect of our sharing the taste of your own sweet wine fresh upon my lips from yours."
She laid her hand over her heart. "How scandalous!" Darcy teased his soft lips along her neckline. He whispered against the sensitive spot behind her ear.
"Last and most important, there is always the promise of a well-timed, perfectly executed crescendo."
"Shocking!"
"There are only two of us now. We have a bit of time before arriving at the manor house."
The gentle brush of his breath against her skin felt warm, enticing.
"Shall we make up for an earlier missed opportunity?"
Elizabeth turned to face him and gazed into his beautiful blue eyes. "Well, Mr. Darcy, you have alluded to sweet perfume, wine, and music. As these two are some of my favourite things, how might I possibly object?" This has been Only a Heartbeat Away, Pride and Prejudice novella, written by P.O. Dixon, narrated by Pearl Hewitt. Copyright 2013 by P.O. Dixon. Production copyright 2013 by P.O. Dixon.